April 20th, 1987. This is Joe Todd, an interview with Father Robert Dabrowski in Broken Arrow, Oklahoma.
The war and evacuated on the same day together to France from Dauchau, and see, when we came to France, and then we were asked, to join, the Polish army with the British, over commando in France. And they were there were about 17 of us priests who were evacuated repatriated to France, who couldn't or didn't for some positive reason to return to Poland. So we were mobilized, asked to join the Polish army, and it was the end of May, so it was still war, not yet finished. So I was still in Polish army on the highest, the British command. And we then were asked, to serve in American army as chaplains, because the many Americans, they were demobilized as soon as possible, because so many went to the Pacific. So called units, paramilitary units to guard depots and so on, cemeteries, work there. And they needed some officers for those Poles especially, who were to employ them. So in France, I was chaplain in East France. That was units of Third Army, depots, Metz, Thionville, that Maginot Line.
Right.
And in that area, I was the chaplain for those guards companies.
This was
headed by American soldiers. And we were paid, according to agreement, like by American, like civilians, paramilitary, like civilian pension according to your, like third specialist or something like that. What he gave me, like a lieutenant or something like that, chaplain. And then, so it was on the civil. So French also asked, social security and so on. So it was the 45, 46. See, it was 46 for whole year, and Social Security. So really, even that Social Security, because they were subtracting, for Social Security, employer, American Army, and myself. Social Security I destroy, otherwise, would collect it now.
Where were you born?
In Poland.
What town?
Northeast of Warsaw. Well, if you ask, so northeast of Warsaw, 75. Lomza, that Lomza is American would pronounce Lomza. See, but that that would be how to say, the city, county, C, and in suburbs, say about 5 miles. 5 miles away.
And when's your birthday?
Mine, 1910.
1910. What month and day?
Well, September 1910.
September
1910, September 20th.
20th. Who were your parents?
Well, Polish.
Polish.
What
were their names?
Anthony and Elizabeth. Dabrowski, what is my name? D-A, if you want.
Yeah.
D-A-B. Oh, you have that.
When did you first decide to go into the priesthood?
Well, probably when finished high school, because that was the beginning, when I was 18 years old. In Poland, that would be 19 1928. I was 18 years old, 1928, in August 1928. That was the beginning.
Yeah, I've heard of an area called the Polish Corridor.
Uh-huh.
What is that area?
That area is now is the north central, and at that time northwest, the very northwest of Poland, relatively narrow, from Vistula River and western Polish boundary between Poland and Germany. In other words, Gdansk, Danzig in German.
Okay.
See, that was a free city, economically, somehow united with Poland, but it's independent, free city, Danzig. And west of it, I don't know exactly how many, say 70, 50, 70 miles wide area populated by Polish.
Okay.
You know, therefore, after plebiscite, they voted after First World War, rather for Poland. They wanted to be united with Poland.
Was there still hard feelings about the war in that area, First World War?
People?
Yeah.
What do you mean hard feelings?
I mean, did Germany invade Poland in the First World War?
Well, in First World War, Poland already was subjugated and partitioned, in three parts. Mm-hmm. Eastern half of Poland, from land of Vistula and to the very far, far east. In the second half of 18th century, the last partition, it was in 1794-5, yeah, and then western part, northwest, was taken by Prussia, and very southern part by Austria. See, in the second partition and third partition, they also taken part in it. In the first, they didn't; they refused. But then, when they were enriched, so they also said for political reason to have that southern part, not to allow Russia to be too close, to the very Vienna.
Where did you go to seminary?
Well, seminary, that was in Warsaw, that's what I mentioned, and then in Lublin.
And how long were you in the seminary?
No, altogether, our training would be 8 years, because I am a member of Franciscan order, so our training take altogether 8 years.
Mm-hmm. And how old were you when you finished the seminary?
Well, speaking in round number, that was, that was in 1936, in summer.
Were you aware of the rise of Hitler and the National Socialist Party in Germany?
Oh, yeah, very much so. We were very much interested in it. We knew what is the purpose of Hitler's system and Hitler aspiration, dominion of the whole Europe. We were sure there will be war, especially last year before, since invasion first, Anschluss of Austria, and then invasion of Czechoslovakia first time and second time. Next there will be Poland. Well, we knew, but we were not panicky, and unfortunately we should be better informed about the power of Germany, or Hitler Germany. We knew they were powerful, but not powerful as the very reality, the very beginning of the war proved, blitzkrieg.
When did he invade Czechoslovakia? Or how did he take over Czechoslovakia?
Pardon?
Now, he took Austria first.
Yes.
And then he took Czechoslovakia?
Czechoslovakia, first time, part, adjacent, to Germany. And then, because there was mixed population, Czechoslovak and some Germans. So first he took that north and northwestern part of Czechoslovakia. And then, several months later, he invaded Czechoslovakia as their protectorate state.
What was your reaction when he invaded Czechoslovakia?
Well, it was only what we were afraid of, came to life. Come to life. So next there will be a war with Poland. Because Poles would never, none of us felt that way that we will surrender. As the Prime Minister in his spring, after Hitler's, publicly made his pretenses, demands that Poland gives that corridor, to allow, almost incorporated the northern part and move his West Germany to more to the east, connect the real Germany with East Prussia. Saying the Prime Minister said, we will not permit them to push us away from the sea. And all of us, were of course, with perfect accord with. So, but we didn't expect it would be so fast, because Poland didn't declare and was avoiding, and there's especially influence of England, to avoid any. Not give the Hitlerites, any pretense, to start the war.
Yeah.
Not to provoke, not allow Germans to provoke you, to retaliate, especially the border incidents.
Did you have any idea the invasion would come on September 1st?
No. We didn't know. Well, we had some idea that it is the danger. Because of the radio, what Hitler said, his pronouncement, his propaganda, both in German and in Polish too, and what Paul said, and then diplomatic, the marches of Great Britain, and also of Poland, mobilization finally, so we knew any moment there will be a war. But when exactly, just we learn in the morning, early in the morning, about 6 o'clock or so, through the radio, that war, the president, or I don't recall who said so, or the chief of staff of Polish armies, said, we are in the war.
What excuse did Hitler use to invade Poland?
Why?
What excuse did he use? Or did he just invaded?
At that time, they said that Poland provoked them. Even they make a kind of simulation that the Poles trespass, the western border in special place, forgotten the name, but anyhow in central West Poland, and killed some Germans and so on as a retaliation, unprovoked. And therefore we cannot allow them, to humiliate us or something like that. And pushed all his armies, which were he was dispatching along the west border, southern border, through Czechs and Slovaks lands, because Slovakia became another satellite state, and also from north, from East Prussia. So Poland was surrounded, from three sides.
Where were you two when the invasion started?
I was exactly in that my native place, where I was already was teaching in our high school and junior college, according to European style, and so I was there in Warsaw. And father, he was still student, so he was somewhere in Lublin, Lublin city, because all students they were there, and he was already in the last year of theology, just to start the studies, but they prevented.
How far were you from the border when Germany came through? Yes.
Well, it depends. From East Prussia, about 40 kilometers, and that's from East Prussia, from German boundary.
Yeah. What was your reaction when you heard?
Well, I was always almost all Poles the first, second day, quite optimistic, that I never expected that it would be such a shock, blitzkrieg. Didn't, rather had in mind of how the First World War was conducted. So I thought it would be something like that. Finally, on some line, the Poles would stab them, because I didn't realize that we are surrounded. Speaking about myself, and government didn't inform too much population, because they didn't want, to make us panic.
But on the 1st September, you were in Lublin.
No, I was in Poland. I was in Warsaw.
You were arrested.
And not on the 1st of September.
You were on June.
I was in Warsaw already teaching. Only later on I came when we were arrested in January 1940. I was asked got news from my superior in Warsaw if I can to pass the cordon boundary between Soviets and Nazi territories of occupied Poland, and I passed over on the December 4th, 1939, and went to Warsaw and to Lublin to teach their history, church history, since I was teaching history in our one high school and junior college.
Mm-hmm. Was there a mass, you say you're 40 kilometers from the border where Germany invaded?
Well, that's what, yes, I was born there. It's more or less the same distance, but Father Benedict was born.
There a mass exodus of the people away from the area?
No, rather first week. See, that area, East Prussia, the Germans couldn't break Polish lines, the border. There were rather, as I now would say, after experience of Second World War, they were like skirmishes. Here, there, they were pushing back and forth until the German panzer divisions in the northwest, because we are in the north, in the northeast, as I said, about 70-some miles of Warsaw, see, and they moved through that corridor into Prussia, and then East Prussia was already in the northeast, central and eastern Polish territories. In other words, they flanked the Polish armies in the central Poland, still resisting, and flanked. So they they moved to a corridor, went east, and then to the south. And when that that motorized divisions, moved south, the Polish boundary, line was broken as if it was built, from matches. And right on a Friday, forgotten which one, it was 6th or so of September, I saw that the bombardment, and that was artillery already exploding. They were moving, so powerfully until they came to the very Womra. I was living there. Our house, residence, monastery was on the hill in the whole very city, because it was a bridgehead, and around it was fortress still built by Tsar Nicholas II at the end and beginning of this century, finished. And that bridgehead, and they're all from against East Prussia. So they came and stopped, because there is a river, and they couldn't pass, and Poles had little ammunition, also little against the panzer vehicles, and they stopped them, and they were fighting, and Womra was leveled by bombardment, first day, second day, civilians, and all, and even when they entered, well, 2 bridges, they were dynamited, one was iron and the other was wooden, so wooden was also, exploded, but they made ponton, bridge. Iron bridge is not so easy, to rebuild. The wooden, it's easier. And then enter about 10th or so, about 10th of September. And then we saw the power. Well, Polish forces, we knew they are, but very little. We didn't see, because they were moving at night, so they couldn't bomb them down, and neither see, so they were moving at night, always, all movements and so on.
What did you do while they were bombing your camp?
Well, I have to speak about myself. See, the first bombs, they felt on a Friday. And that Friday, I forgot it, because it was the market day in Womra. Half of in Womra, they were Jews, Jewish population, heavily populated, half, and the rest were non-Jewish population, Christian. See, and so it was unusual astonishment, some panic. The farmers left, who were on the other side to the houses and so on, and then quiet. But then bombardment started again about, say, 2 hours before sunset. Mm-hmm. And it was heavy. At that time, already all civilian administration was evacuated. Red Cross, Polish Red Cross, paramilitary, left. I knew where they are, the centers. It was very close to us. I went to the 300 yards. There was a marketplace, and that old, president of the city, mayor, was living. I knew him very well. I met him, and I said, "Where you have Red Cross?" He said, "All left. Post office left. And doctors too, taken into the army. Only one doctor was left, for about 30,000 population." Mm-hmm. See, and I said, "May I take something, from those centers?" Because I went there. They left also medicine, bandages, and so on, helmet, boots. I had sandals and in habit. So I and another, Father Gregory, we went there. We put the military boots, because there was rubbish from bombardment, And while they were bombarding, you know, with artillery. So we went to help those wounded, I and brother and father, because that was center, heavily populated, and who they were, I never did before, but read instruction and those who were wounded, you know, because people were also curious to see, and the bomb and shells, you know, were exploding, and they were Jewish people. So first, whom I was, giving help, they were Jewish. And also we had stretchers, and they take to the hospital, and then Sister of Charity were accepting, even in themselves, some leg was hanging, so she caught that, you know, on the skin, you know, to stop. And there was no even that doctor who was left, he was general practitioner, not really a doctor.
How many were killed in the bombardment?
Huh?
How many were killed in the
Not too
bombardment?
many, because people soon, you know, then went into cellar. So, as we in our monastery, the walls were quite thick, you know, about 4 feet. So I quickly learned that it is nothing. Our school, where I was teaching, and I had also a room, 1/4 was bombed, because I was in attic, had the room, so that all fell down. But that was about sunset. Just before sunset, it was already German Stukas were bombing down, and and even rather small bombs, because 2-3 stories buildings, you know, that's easy, no need, you know, to have bigger bomb. Only about what they said, there was about 200 kilograms, that means about 400 pounds. Or something that was enough. Even one also hit our church wall in monastery adjacent, and the next bomb, you know, the school, which was there.
You bombed the school also?
Oh, yes, yes. And that was the most prominent, and from far away you could see the big, you know, monastery, rectangular church, and the highest point, you know, on that plateau. And then next was the school. Well, they were bombing, you know. And then I asked, when they entered into Warsaw, the Germans, and they also were visiting. They also, and one, it was German chaplain, because it was army, Wehrmacht. And he asked, I asked him, Father, why you bombed, you know, this open city? I didn't see even one soldier in the city. If they were passing, you know, from line, that's at night. They were passing at night, you didn't bomb. Only during, just before sunset, as they approached, and he said this, gave me answer. This city is the capital of that region. You know, the county is a big county. And along, as it were, you know, that region flows big Polish river tributary to Vistula. It is fortified and against East Prussia. And people, the soldiers here, were giving strong resistance to German armies with that little what they have. Therefore, they were bombing in order to terrorize the people, because their sons were fighting, so that they surrender or abandon on this way. I said, well, I don't know. Of course, it was just excuse.
Yeah.
But anyhow, it was tribute to the soldiers. Even German soldiers were great.
When did how long, when after the bombing stopped, did the German soldiers occupy the town?
Immediately.
Immediately?
No, they were 3 days they were forcing, and they didn't force that area. They rather found because it was fortified. They couldn't pass. As soon as they came close, they destroyed their tanks. So they didn't approach. Even at night, they said, they repelled them, and they had machine guns, and few enough to destroy, their tanks. See, so it was until more to the northeast, say about, I don't know, 20 miles only away, but perhaps less, 15. Her father was living, his parents, in Wisna. There was a bridge, but also dynamited, and the Poles were from bunkers defending. There was shallower. They could pass that river like this. See, and they broke through and surrounded air piles, that Greek famous
Thermopylae.
Thermopylae. Okay, so we say too, the same way, Thermopylae. See, the Polish Thermopylae, because that group, company defending, when they were breaking through, they may cut officers, captain and lieutenants. I will not leave this place alive. I will not surrender. As a fact, when all they had, to retreat, because already they were surrounded, that captain, killed himself. And
what was the name of that place? Where was that?
That was area Wisna. Wisna would be in English, but that's like Visna. See, that is the place they were passing, and they were just killing them, and in bayonets threw them back. On the other side, they couldn't force their river.
And how long did they hold the Germans off?
No, there was, as I said, about 12th or so, about 10th, 12th of September, because they broke that line more to the east and surrounded. So they had to, that division, Wamra division, had to move. They moved to the south, but they already, to the south, they went more to the to the east. So they finally were surrendered. Some were trying to go to the south even more, but most of them, they were surrounded and captured. But some escaped, but rather in small units and persons, to Romania. My brother was younger than I, 4 years younger than I. He was fighting there in that Wambra division, because it's in the same area. He was also, the rest, the Gros of division was surrounded, so they had surrendered, no ammunition. And he was in the camp. They were assembling them, the prisoners, in the former, Polish camp, military camp, rather built well, still by Tsar, well built. They were building forever, always, not just barracks, 3 stories, or 2 stories, 3 stories for 3 stories for soldiers. And he was there. And at night, about 17 or so September, it was Sunday afternoon, and we got finally rain. Otherwise, it was blue sky like in Oklahoma, 26 days, the whole 2, almost 3 days. And then was first rain, and at night, he and another boy, who they explored the pattern of the guards, how they were going, and their line of houses was just, their barrack, their barracks, let us call it barracks, were next to the barbed wire, still built by poles. So from the 3rd floor, with another colleague, they not jumped, but using the gutter, bringing water down, down, and the guards went to the other side. It was raining, so they went down, climbed the barbed wire, and left. And early in the morning, he was in his own home. So this way he escaped the German prison right from the camp.
And how long until Poland fell?
Pardon?
How long until Poland surrendered? How many days?
Well, in Womża, in that area, what you look, it was about, as I said, 12, 11, 12 of September. But the rest, when the hostilities stopped, when Warsaw surrendered, Warsaw. So it was in, about 26 or 26 of September. Still some units were resisting, but it doesn't count. They were skirmishes here and there, hiding in the forest, around Lublin. There was, to the end of the month. As well as in that corridor, peninsula, small peninsula in Gdansk Bay, in Gdynia. They were, resisting, that's a little couple bunkers. So, but that only symbol, symbolic, to the end until it was finished.
Now, when did the Germans come in and destroy Warsaw? The Warsaw Uprising and the ghetto? When did that take place?
That was much later.
That was later.
That was in 1943.
Okay.
40, no, but it was in 43. That was in 43, on August the 2nd. Mm-hmm. That was the Warsaw Uprising.
Yeah.
Warsaw Uprising. Mm-hmm. Let me see if I am right. No, perhaps you are right.
82 or 83?
No, it was in, let me see, to make sure.
83, I think so.
See, because the Russians already were on the one side of Vistula, so it was in 44, the Warsaw Uprising.
Yeah, maybe.
Part of Warsaw, which German made ghetto, was liquidated in 43. See, and Warsaw Uprising already, it was in 44 because Allies already landed, and after Lord's Day or or the D-Day. So that was in June. In June and in August, Russians already were on one side, on the right banks of Warsaw, and they made uprising, to cut, and Russians stopped. They were still, there was bridgehead on the right, say, banks of Vistula, but they stopped, didn't move until January, when they make offensive to the north and to the west. And Warsaw started on August the 2nd in the afternoon, and formal surrender, it was about 10th of October.
How much of Warsaw was destroyed?
Well, they say that was, about close to 90%. About 90%. It is that homes were not reparable, some reparable, because then afterwards they burned all. If they didn't have dynamite, but they were burning what was not destroyed during the uprising. So they say 85, and the rest perhaps reparable. They still rebuild the walls and so on.
How many were killed in the uprising?
Well, they say 200,000 with civilian population, because many they were taken and they killed on the spot. See?
I had the 600,000.
No, as I remember from all, that was 200. Because
Why?
I do not count,
Yeah.
Jewish population.
Yeah.
Only say Polish population, in Warsaw during Warsaw Uprising, when Poles started, and for a couple of weeks, Warsaw was like paralyzed. Only they had one bridge and artery. The Germans could communicate it with the right bank of Warsaw, and their armies could move.
Why the uprising? Why?
In order, that was many. First, that was the moment, to cut and precipitate, Russians, to come easier. They were fighting, still about 15 miles already of Warsaw, the suburbs, far away, 15, 20 miles, something like Tulsa and Broken Arrow. See, so, and the other, there was 20,000 were taken into the prison, surrendered. Those who were organized as an army, as an underground army, and in the middle of August, even under the pressure of Allied who recognized this fighting army in the special territory and visible, the Hitler was forced. I recall that, it was written in German papers we had in the concentration camp in Dauchau, recognized them as combatants. Because first they were said they are bandits, and therefore all who were captured, somewhere already without ammunition, encircled in some blocks of the city, so they were all killed. And also from many wounded too. And besides, they had also some bands in SS from Ukrainians, who were collaborating even from the former German troops. They stopped later on, and they were killing, in this underground, it is in the cellars, they were hospitals for wounded civilian, and especially those fighting soldiers, boys, girls, but boys, of course, in the great majority. See, so that was one. Second, there was all the time government, underground government in Poland. Recognized by Polish government in exile in London, and they had all, administrative, government. There was Supreme Courts, military, and army. And that was lot of underground, as he said, 200 or so, and all trained and disciplined. And German were trying, to discover them and put concentration camp or kill and whatever they thought it's proper, to an expedient to terrorize the people and also discourage them to join underground. So that government, that before the Russians enter, there is already the government, because they knew they have puppets. Puppet government, their own. So Polish Liberation Committee, Polish Liberation Committee formed, from communists, Poles who were in Russia, and Stalin was forming them. And this way, in order to prevent, the government that underground government for declaring themselves as a government with army, they allowed them to fight, to bleed, and be killed by Lutherans. And this, the cream of Polish patriots, intelligentsia of Warsaw were killed, about 200,000 people. So it was on purpose, because when they were approaching and were close. They were inviting Poles, get up, help us to repel, the fascists. Poles got up, but they wanted, to be independent. When they come, we are here, the nation already organized, from underground, from ashes, like Phoenix came up. And he didn't want, because to arrest them and so on, that's a trouble for Stalin. He had enough place for them in their prisons in Siberia, but still it was the government before. They had political, and diplomatic relations. So this was the reason.
Yeah.
That's the reason why those about 10 or 12,000, both military and some civilian educated, the best educated people from Eastern Poland, occupied by Soviet after Ribbentrop, Prime Minister of Foreign Minister of Hitler, and Molotov died recently. Divided Poland in two. See, in two. So they killed them all in short time, less than a year. In April, May, on these 2 months.
Did the Russian form its own government in Lublin already? Before entering Warsaw?
It wasn't yet at
Lublin
that time.
And the Warsaw.
Yeah.
It wasn't yet the government. They called at that time, it was only Polish National Liberation Committee of Polish Patriots, Polish Liberation Committee of Polish Patriots, formed by Wanda Wasilewska, who she married a Kornichuk or something like that, an Ukrainian. She was one of the most active writer and so on, and there was another communist, well-known, Osutka Moravsky and others, they puppets of Stalin.
Now you said that you came back in to teach school?
Well, to Lublin, and I came before Christmas, overnight, passed, that was still in fall, December the 4th, I passed the overnight cross, the boundary dividing Soviets from Germans, was not caught with a group, 5 of us. And before Christmas, I was in Lublin, and after Christmas we started. And we started the school again because the Germans announced that seminaries might be open. Most of the seminaries did not open, but seminaries which were staffed by religious orders, did open, especially for their own members, students. And in this way they got first the Capuchin Franciscan order. They arrested us on January 1940, and in February, 3 weeks later, a beautiful and bigger college St. College, that philosophy, of fine arts, of Jesuit, all Jesuit students. Gather them together to continue their studies, using the best time, preparing for the time of, during occupation and after occupation of Germans. Arrested them too, and we shared the same lot.
Why were you arrested?
Why? Because we were Poles and priests, and general policy of Hitler was, and refined when he gathered together in the beginning of December. I speak that from historical records, and files left, and all fell into hands of Allied forces, after the end of the war. He gathered all Gauleiters, that means party governors, And he gave instruction for the part occupied by them, 2/3 of Poland, of pre-war Poland. And he gave them instruction. Poland doesn't exist, not even named. True. What is our policy? We don't need Poles, only 10 million, and they were 30-some millions. By arresting, by sending them to forced labor camps, if possible, that they go freely, because in Poland there was not enough of work, just to take them away, separating the families to forced labor camps, to concentration camps. What, as a nation, they stopped to exist. No schools except 3 or 4 grades of elementary school. If Poles, I quote, if Poles know working, their simple manual work, and know to count to 100 and sign their name, that's enough. Read, sign their name, and count to 100. Even if they will be working together, they will be not paid the same sum. Manual work. They are serfs. I don't say slaves, serfs. See? Oh, that's what he said. That's the policy. And we have to eliminate elite, all educated people. Not only he arrested whomever they could, on whomever they could put their hands, but professors, universities, colleges, middle schools, too. If you were 16, already you belong, and so finished about 2 years of high school, you already belong. To leading social group. They are to be eliminated. Therefore, no movies Polish, nothing, only that what they give, propaganda movies. Even movies, no music, no school of music, not of arts, not of engineering. They were working, who were already engineers and so on, from technical school and other branches, school branches, but they were not used unless there was no German. Then they might use, engineers, trained well technically. This way. So he say, in 10 years we will have Poles, only 10 million. Why? Because we need that much to work. The land, only certain land between Soviet and incorporated and of Polish territories into German as a Germany, where even Polish speaking was forbidden. They expropriated Poles, expelled, or they declared themselves German, Volksdeutsch, if you're familiar with that name. That means they recognize, so a German citizen, legally, especially if they had some relatives, in Western Poland, German. Then you may be second-class German.
Why did he want to eliminate all the educated people?
As I said, because we want to exterminate the nation. As a nation, it is without educated people. Mm-hmm. So priests they are serving in this level. No leadership. No leadership. Leadership must be destroyed. In a way, Soviets, they did the same. Why they were arresting educated people? One of my colleagues, the older, about 3 or 4 years, denied. He was captured, in that arrested with other priests and then taken into prison, and after long, prolonged Soviet justice, trial, was sentenced in 1940. After a year of interrogation by NKVD at that time, and he was sentenced for 10 years according to Stalin code to Siberia, to heavy labor camps. And he finally, because he was a very timid man, quiet, he said, "Why you sentenced me for 10 years? I didn't do anything wrong." And that judge, not interrogator but another, he was colonel of NKVD, and they were talking French. That father, priest, he finished studies in France, so theological and so on, so he knew French well. And that colonel was older, so in 1939-40, he was a man who finished his school still under Tsar regime. And he said, they were talking about French, because that Paul didn't know Russian yet. So he said, "I know that you are not, that you are not criminal, that you didn't commit any criminal deed, but you are educated men, and you are representative of religion. You will never become communist. Therefore, we have to eliminate you from society. And if you will go to the camp, you will be still living as long as you can and working for Soviet Union, Socialistic Republic States."
Yeah.
That's what it is.
He said frankly, yeah, you are.
The propagandists, politrooks, as they say, political instructors. I was on the Bolsheviks when they entered, German retreated, not far, just about 10-15 miles in one place, 10, another 15, towards Prussia. And Womza they wanted because Stalin wanted, because it was bridgehead, all roads built, coming to Womza. So for security reason, it was the most westward moved angle of Poland, towards Germany. See, so they told us, and I heard them, how they were making propaganda not only in the cities but even in small villages. The groups, they had their politrooks, political instructors, and in the place where there were, say, 50, 70 members of that village, say 90 farmers, what they were doing, convincing them, how wonderful is the life in Soviet Union, and, to accept all the system, because we are proud to be, you will be Soviet citizen. And others who had some education, especially if one of the family already had high school, that's already said their hearts are corrupted. Oh, we know they have educated men. They have a priest in the family. Their hearts is corrupted. Mm-hmm. They will never commit. They never accept the communism. See, that's corruption.
Yeah.
See, that was their system.
After you were arrested, where were you taken?
What?
When you were arrested, where were you taken?
Well, we'll put in the same city to the prison, or that in that prison now it is made National Museum of that castle.
What were the conditions like in that prison?
Well, the most primitive, overcrowded. That's the one thing. Yeah. Dirty, no linen, nothing more. As you came, we were not getting, change. So lies.
No laundry, no.
Lies.
How many prisons were in the...
I don't know exactly. I know it's several hundred. Anyhow, in a room which was
Like
1/4 of this, 1/4.
10.
And there were
12 feet.
25
By 10.
of us, all of us who were put into that room without any bed and so on, only in the corner we put the straw sack. That's what we said. Pile top, and they gave us, some blankets, to be covered, and then in the morning piled again. And finally they gave some kind, long boards as a table, and some kind benches, long benches, to sit down. And that's all. And he didn't even allow us to read. So there was a library, but they didn't give us anything out of it. Sometimes we found, some Polish books, even as a matter of fact, Cooper, Jack Cooper, that novelist, and I found some as we were taking together in the morning to the restrooms and in the late afternoon, room by room. We had to run, to go and then come in restrooms under the wall, not to sit down, stool, only in the floor, like becoming in the prison. That's where they were, not to use it, I don't know, to make revolt, break something, throw. See, some were sitting, even not allowed, to walk every day for 15 minutes. In the beginning, they did allow us, but then when 3 prisoners, broke out of prison.
What type of food did you have in the prison?
Well, you would think a prison, but it would be better even to talk, in concentration camp.
Okay.
So in prison, in German prisons, because of German prisons, they were giving in the morning, some kind drink to the synthetic, some kind synthetic coffee. So that doesn't matter, When you are hungry, you don't dream about tasty things, only something hot, to eat, and bread. See, so we are getting something to drink, and once a day, bread. If you had only that bread, it was not enough. Then at noon, there was kind of soup, It was lean, but lean. And in the evening too. So either barley or cabbage and some potatoes in it, this way. So it was, but later, after a month or so, they allowed Polish Red Cross. There was still some kind of social or they called it social care, for needy Polish citizens. It was allowed. They help you yourself. So we were allowed, the priests who were, some, to receive additional bread. And this way, we're not hungry, because it was enough. You could eat as much as you wanted. Because bread, we got twice as much bread. When we could walk, we tried, to send to another cell, by those who were working, and when we were still going, through the corridors, to give to some others. But it was quite difficult.
You say, what kind of work were you doing?
In prison, nothing. You were sitting, walking in the cell, no work. Those were privileged if they used some, in order to upkeep, the prison.
And what was the name of the concentration camp?
I was not speaking yet about concentration
what was
camp,
the name of
about the prison. And that was still in that prison, in the place you were arrested. After some interrogation, screening, they sent you to concentration camp. And you were sent to concentration camp on June 18, 1940, after almost 6 months, all priests were sent to concentration camp. We went, and some civilians, not many, mostly priests. It was the special transport of in June 18, and after 2 days, on 20th, early in the morning of June, we arrived at Sachenhausen concentration camp. Sachenhausen, township of Oranienburg by Berlin, because there are 4 or so Oranienburgs in Germany, I was told. I knew there was more, but even I learned recently there were 4 or so. Oranienburg. See, so that was Sachsenhausen, Oranienburg by Berlin, because there were other Oranienburgs. And this one about probably, 25 or something like Broken Arrow and downtown of Tulsa. We couldn't see, and we can Berlin, neither we can see even skyscrapers of, or robbers you can see from some spots, from Broken Arrow.
How was travel on the train?
Now, travel on the train was exciting for me. Why? Because we left the prison, and we were in the fresh air. We were marching to the railroad, surrounded by earthquakes, like to fight, with the well-trained army. Even I noticed my brother somewhere. He was walking on the street because the population learned that will be transport of priests and some civilians. Then put us on the railroad car. This was ordinary transport, 3rd class. See, bench is hard, but that doesn't matter. So it was ordinary railroad car. And that detachment of SS to watch us, they didn't bother us at all. They were only watching that we do not try to escape. And this way, we spent, I think, only one night.
Yes.
One night. It was in already Berlin, because it's not too far. No, twice.
Poznan.
2. One by close to Poznan city in that area. Overnight, still in Poland, because they didn't run very often, waited until the regular army and so on and other civil train, passed, and then we took our turn. Then in Berlin, and we were moved from one station. At that time there were many stations in Berlin, I was told. And the reason was because it was night. At night they will not bring you to concentration camp, because the soldiers, guards, they have to rest. Early in the morning and sun rising on 20th of June, we arrived. They moved us to Oranienburg. In, 20 minutes we were there. And marched to concentration camp. And then we learned those guards who were in train, they behaved, I would say, correctly. Didn't bother us at all. Everyone got, that much bread for 2 days, like in prison. Mm-hmm. No more. Water was supplied. And then, when we left the train, the SS really started to shout, to kick, to push, like really wild dogs. Kicking, pushing, and together giving order, to form the line, But they didn't care of that, for that. Only from here and and how from here and how many in the line, kicking, pushing. Finally, the whole group, 5 in a line, marched. And we marched into the camp.
How far from the train to the camp?
Not far away. I don't know how many kilometers. 3 or so kilometers. So that means 2 miles.
No more than 2 miles.
No more, because we could see, and hear, the tower of the church. So probably 2 miles, about 3 kilometers of Oranienburg. The forest, pines, and in each big establishment of concentration camp, and they were building fabrics, Klinkern especially, the industry of Himmler. I read in a book, written after the war when he left Berlin prison, Potsdam prison or whatever, not Potsdam, that's another one, that Minister of Works, Albert Speer. See, and when we came, there was roll call in the morning. I see the beautiful June day, and when the commandos left to work, armored groups, then they started, to process us. See, and then we experienced again, in the special way, to keep us all the time in the sunshine, clip the hair off. Mostly the prisoners were doing, but guards were among them, terrorizing if they didn't like for this or for some reason. And as you were processed, you got your number and all detailed information, what they asked for. Then took our things, put in a bag, carton bag, sack. Then you went naked to showers, and that was pleasant. Oh, I said, how good it is
At
now,
least.
finally, for after 5 months, to get a shower.
Yeah.
To get a shower and clip. Oh, that's good too, because they were lice. And they gave something and it seemed to be clean, but not so clean. Because still the eggs, of lice, they were still in sims, in sims. So
Marching.
not killed totally of prisoners. And we soon found that we have lice. See, but at that
on the
time it
body,
was not so bad. And then when you left that, they gave you some kind of a First World War, exactly what we got, the uniform of Austrian army. They still were keeping for such a long time in a store, in a depot. Military, some were that short, some were bigger, some were shorter, and we just take it out because they were kicking, shouting, and then outside of that barrack of disinfection, as they said, were lined up. Five lines, and standing in the sun. And some people were like you, with auburn mustache, and had, of course, clipped to the skin off. See, so they were getting, blisters, sun blisters, after so many months, never saw sunshine. And now they exposed, to sun. See, so for some it was hard, and they was going on, and we had to stay, not move. If you moved, they saw it right away. And once, one pushed me from, stay still, stand quiet, no, motionless.
Don't move, yeah.
No move, do not move, And then, when they finished, took us to different places as priests, and interrogating. There were some priests, who were born still before the First World War. They knew German because they were from that part, finished the school of Jesuit. I remember a priest, very jovial, good man, and he was as a translator, interpreter, so repeating all, and that in that barrack, SS jump on a table, long table, and that guy crossed, legs, and started to talk, and that's true. Oh, I see that man, even that scene. I have terrific photographic memory, standing and answering. And he was kicking him. He had a stick and finally broke on him that stick because, and he said, how you stand, how you answer? You are civilian, and there they want it in a German military drill. So in other words, he should stay. Yes, 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 caporal, Herr Caporal, or something like that. Jawohl, and yes, jawohl, Herr Caporal, jawohl, Scharführer, Herr Scharführer, Herr, we had to that, Herr, that means Mr.
Sir.
Yes, sir, like, and he didn't know why they were beating him, and then we grasped, we have to stay on attention, in front of him, already in those ranks. And more, and they were asking such a embarrassing question, telling how bad we were, how abusing, all women into one, drinking, and he had to translate all that. So he said sometimes, in Polish, because they didn't know, that he said these things, I have to translate. Well, that was the reception. When in the evening we are assigned already to our barracks. There were two, and we had one barrack divided in two. In between there were lavatories and restrooms, and they were clean, really clean.
How large was the barracks?
Huh?
How large?
That was, I don't recall at that time, probably in each there were 90 or so, as I recall. 2 wings in Sachenhausen, 2 wings. In Dauchau there were 4 quarters. See? So there were only 2 in Sachsenhausen. And we got something to drink, some potatoes boiled and double June, so they smell because they were not, kept as we, in refrigerated, only in covered, under, under earth. So already that process of rotting, starts. So smell, I remember, ate little bit, still was not hungry after that long. Even gave some, there was a young Jew with me, sitting in the same train. So they don't, in the beginning they were with us, but then they separated us. They sent him to the Jews, somehow discovered that he's Jew. So we ate that some potatoes and that much of margarine. We call it finger margarine. And finally, from that very night, we went for roll call. Or that was after 2 roll call, and then got that something to eat that potato, and 2 small potatoes, and that little margarine and piece of bread. That's for whole day. So that will be for tomorrow. They said that it is for tomorrow too, until evening. And we went to the other part, sleeping hall, let us call it, part. They put the straws, eggs on the floor and gave us something to cover. But it was June, June, that's at night, it's perhaps later cool, that's not Oklahoma climate. And I remember when we were lying, and hit the wall. windows and roof, no ceiling. We're lying, and my friend, Father Henry Christophe, he died in Dauchau. See, we're lay down, and they said, silence, keep silence, not talk. So we whisper, you observe as far as long as it's reasonable not to damage yourself. First time we had opportunity, we were good friends, and still in high school already knew each other well. And he whispered, and I whispered the same, because we were lying like sardines, and on this all big path, to restroom for those who want, and another row of Strasse. And I whispered and he together. Is it possible that in hell is worse situation? Is that in hell is worse now? And that we said together, that in hell is worse not, and we laughed. Well, at noon, that was, some kind of soup. At evening, either potato or just bread and that margarine or equivalent, something like $7 of cheese or some kind of sausage. In the beginning, and after all, you didn't feel hungry, but after 3 weeks, we start to be hungry. After that, meager diet, then you were hungry and losing weight and so on. And then some getting ulcers, no vegetables fresh, no fruits, and so on. So some people, especially Jewish people, what I saw in other barracks, they were standing in front of us, all killed, that part of leg,
wound
calf,
by wound,
all covered with bandages, paper bandages, that doesn't matter, that's kind of bandages, lot of wounds, ulcers, that disintegration already, phlegma, we say also, phlegma.
infections, whatever they are.
Well, so what you want to know?
Describe the hunger. What the hunger feels like?
See, it's hard to, to describe. You have to be poet. It is the greatest pain for me. It was, and for me and for everyone, hunger. But you do not become hungry. You have to be hungry on that diet and have no opportunity and no hope that you will get more for 1 month. But after 5 months, when you lose the weight and already even your bones cells have no material to be rebuilt, because bones that takes about, 6 months, 3-6 months before that flesh, muscles and fat, you lose the fat. Then you already, your flesh, muscles, and then even bones. And you look, terribly so. You dream overnight that you are somewhere, that you are eating, that you will somehow escape, and telling what a terrible, non-human treatment we have from morning to evening, uncertain what will be the next hour. And I was awakening from pain because I was eating in my dream, nightmare. I recall I was dreaming that way. And I am lying on the 3rd store here, of the 3 beds, here level of bunks. Because young men, so we climb easier, older, rather prefer first, then the medium in the center. But for us, what is that, to get on third, and right, you have to yield and straightening then that straw sack, and covering with your blanket. And listening like rain, is, pounding against the roof because it's only that thick, And so what hunger we were facing, as the sun says, we were facing stars and so beautiful sky, therefore sun rising and sun setting according to the season and so on. And you so beautiful, and we were talking about constellation and talking by name. We learned so much. So many new lads. So we had in free time, in the groups talking about. And you see that beautiful jar, big jar, or Ursus, or jar, they said, that, the 4 and
Oh,
7.
the Big Dipper.
Dipper, or
Yeah,
jar,
yeah,
or dipper,
yeah.
rather, dipper.
Mm-hmm.
A dipper, not jar, the big dipper, small dipper. You see then Orion,
Yes.
Orion. You see Orion. So beautiful and colored sunset sometimes, and we stand there 1.5, 2 hours. You have no strength already, and it doesn't give you a joy. Doesn't give you a joy because that pain, that craving of the system, the whole system, is craving for food, called to the instinct to survive. And so many people are talking about food all the time. It was so hard, to control yourself, not to talk anymore, not to talk about only. Eat and try to forget. There were many ways how the people were trying, to delude themselves, living illusions, so eating that soup. I know that we could eat, I could eat, and so one and was occasion on cabbage, 4 portions he ate, and more, cannot get. And Russian it was, and he said, they said once somewhere at special commando outside, commando group of work, and some left for some reason, and they gave him, and say, Alexei, take one more. I can't, he said, I would lie, but I can't. See, it's a hunger, is the most obsessing, totally preventing, enabling finally you to think, almost to think you are dying, getting really dying, but feeling that pain take you all the zest of life, satisfaction of life. Eating the piece of bread, it was the greatest delight. The greatest delight, eating small, chewing, because we were told, chew well, so you will absorb all, nothing will be wasted. See, that's the reason. The hunger is killing your personality. Some were committing, even humiliating, self-debasing act, by the kitchen in some corner. Sometimes prisoners were passing, and in one corner, though it was a little bit separated, kind of fence or barricade, peels of potato, because we were taking off. They were boiled with jackets, so the peeled off. This way that nothing left, just the skin, and all, was eaten, and some were eating cold. All, even those peels, though they were tasteless. Some were collecting from other friends, fellow prisoners, asking. I said, I cannot give, no, I am ashamed, because I have only those 2 or if smaller 3 potatoes to give you, though I am, refuse you already. And he said, don't bother. I was in the First World War in French prison as a young, 19 years old, because he was in Western Poland, and Kaiser enlisted him. So towards the end of the war, he got just on the front, to get in prison. So a couple of weeks only. So he said, you have to chew, well, and the rest, what is, you cannot, some spit, and he were feeling his pockets. Some were passing by that refuse, by the kitchen, and tried, to jump down there, put your pockets, and eat it from that pile already. It was punished and severely, to take anything, even wheat, dandelion, if you work outside. If they found that you eating, you are punished that you have stolen something. You are not to eat, because dandelion is okay. There are some, not many, but that one was okay. Especially if you caught, that and mix with that little soup, they really, then you could somehow swallow. Well, so therefore, even Solzhenitsyn says the prisoners in the Soviet camps had the same. And he describes in his, I have his book, people gave me books, first and second volume of Solzhenitsyn, Alexander Solzhenitsyn. That thing did make you unable to think about it, something else. You had to use your heroic power, sometimes try, not to think more. When we were passing by somehow a bakery, it was in Sachsenhausen, Oranienburg, not next. In December the same year we were transferred to Dauchau, 1940. See, there was like bakery passing by. What a smell, heavenly delights, And I remember was with another priest, young priest, perhaps 3 years younger, Vincent Tchaikovsky. And I said, do you have, we're talking, how beautiful smell. I said, do you would like, to eat? He said, oh yes. I said, and I am trying to develop resistance, even to say, I don't want to eat, to control. I don't want to eat, only that what I will get, and therefore not to think, no, I don't want, I am not hungry, something like that, such an attitude. I don't want to eat, only at noon and at bread. Report to the doctor. They might be only SS, or sergeant, and some prisoners, nurses, I mean men, how they were no women. And neither in other camp. They were all separate. Separation of sexes. Yeah. See, and so they asked. I was standing there, and he came, and that rapport Führer, that next to the commanding officers, because they were 3. And he said, "What is lost with you? What is wrong with you?" And I before already pulled, my those prisoners' trousers, above, and it was thick like that, and color, different colors. What is wrong with you? And I answered what I thought. I have infection in my leg. He looks, He said, take him to sick bay, because he had to qualify you. So I showed only my legs, full that. Otherwise you might get kicked, get out, you lousy and lousy and lazy, whoever,
Inmate.
Schlawine, or slave or something like that.
Why were you sent to Dauchau?
Pardon?
Why were you sent to Dauchau?
They sent us all to Dauchau. See, in 1940, already they were planning something. Later on we saw what to do with the priests. They you were keeping us separate in different blocks, just the priests, because they didn't want us to mix with the prisoners. That's also a kind of moral, a moral strength and support to bring to prisoners. And then they probably thought already, of course, about 1941 war with Soviet Union. So still, the clergymen, they are, that persecution, religious persecution, you fight against the atheistic communism and you do the same, what you're doing with the priests. So because they were dying, we were dying, and quite quickly. See, so they planned already somehow towards the end of our staying in Sachenhausen. Then they, I remember in October or so, they came order. The priest should not, clergymen should not work outside the camp, only in the camp, and not all the day. Only something else, sport. That sport was killing too, some exercises, calisthenic, with the whole group, or doing something inside. So find something, or cleaning, that aluminum kitchenware, or something like that. The same. In order, military, straight and so on, sitting there in perfect order. See, and then they transferred us in about, it was on the 12th, I think, of December, on 13 in the morning, December, we landed in Dauchau with snow up to our knees on the railroad station. And it was snowing and raining in, area of Berlin, Sachsenhausen, Oranienburg, Berlin. And we found out that a week before us, from Grossrosen and other camps, very bad camps, Gusen and Grossrosen, already about 1,000 priests have been transferred to Dauchau. And when we arrived, we must, the Polish priests, about 70-some%, and then German, and some, about 40 or so, Czechs, and that must be what they were. Because there was not yet war, that was different policy in Belgium and Holland. Later on, in 43, they arrested some. It was a satellite future state, So they were also cooperation. Civil administration, it was their own, not German. See, so we saw the priests were there. That was the end of 1940. 41, in June, on 22nd June, I think they, against Poland, so without declaring the war, giving them chance 24 hours, to run away or whatever, or defend themselves, they ran over Soviet Union. That was in June 1941. See, that's what they were planning, because in 1941 in spring, also it came some idea in Dauchau to take from outside dirty and heavy work for the priest with shovel and pick and only exposed to inclement weather. And we were losing rapidly because even food was of little, as in Sachsenhausen, but of worse quality.
soups and so on. So, were of worse quality. See, so they were even try to give us a little bit more. And for about 5 months, from 25th or so of March, or about that time, pardon me, about beginning of March. That was in beginning of March, they moved the priest, to the camp, warming commandos, not outside. Some still were going, but finally, in May they were all standing there. And they gave even some little bit more, not better food. Because we were all weighted down, scale, and we were below, surviving. So they gave a little bit better, up to about 18th of September. And on 18th of September, when war already was and Germans were triumphant, going close to Moscow, then they asked us to approve their policy. Namely, they first came on 18, one day, or second day, on 19, when we were lined up in 3 barracks of priests. There were Germans, there were some Volksdeutsche, and the Poles and some Czechs. And they asked us, first Germans and Volksdeutsche, to get out. You will be on special treatment. Perhaps you will even go on freedom. But there were not many Germans who were born, they are German. And some Volksdeutsche joined them, but only some, 5 or not more. Among Poles who were, mother were German, or though in Poland, but that there is difference in Europe to be mother German than in America, or whoever he was born here, in America, that's American, and there, no, that's German, of German background. Also a Polish citizen, but of German nationality, that's why they say. See, and then they came second, because not many, only Germans went with them.
What, to join the military?
No, to another barrack and as a German.
Oh, okay.
And we did
Different treatment.
Okay.
In other words, among the priests, they are no Germans.
Privileges.
Small, say 20% maximum. And then they ask, or less even. Then next day they said, it is not necessary to be a German or to have some relatives. They said blood. They have some blood German.
Mm-hmm.
Only that we approve the politics, the policy of Hitler, of Adolf Hitler, of the Third Germany, Third Reich of Hitler. So, well, how we can approve that? And we were standing in the silence, in the military drill, in silence. See, then they came on 20th, and with them they were typewriters too, to take the names and so on. And they came on the 3rd. And on the 3rd day, that was 20th. I remember because I was born September 20th, 1910. So on my birthday. And they said, it is not necessary to be Deutsche. You will be here like special prisoners. You will get your prayer book, you will be able to have masses and so on, and perhaps you will be free and so on, and go, only you have to approve the policy. That's what they called Umschulung, indoctrination, according to their, after that was already 1.5 years, they thought we are already enough. Some of us died, got indoctrination. of what Nazism is. And they were silent. Our chiefs, seniors of the block, they were Germans. And those Germans, saw that we didn't change, didn't deny our fatherland, our patriotism for like Izo, for a piece of bread, for soup, from Lensen soup. And then he said, when there was silence, the silence was great, I still remember. And I whispered to Kaitek, he was by me, and said, that's another student of the year. Stalin is devil, Hitler will be Elizabeth. How you can, change one for another? and he said, now we show you what is this National Socialism. What is this to be prisoner in Dauchau? UN using abusive words, that commanding officer, captain, something like that. SEAL at that time it was. Yeah. That one I remember from those years. The next, even forgotten the name of that, who they said it was from Prussia or Polish. Some also, what's his name was, that Graf. He was a Graf towards the end of the war. See, and even those, our supervisors, they were German socialists or communists, prisoners too. They were cruel like SS. To beat, soldiers were, SS were tired, but they never tired. If they were watching, they were beating us. See, and they said, talking to some Poles, because they knew there are some Germans, but Polish clergy, 80%. And they said, you may be proud, communists, they said, those who survived, because they died, mostly in the concentration camp. They were 5 years longer than we, So they said, you may be proud of your clergy. You may be proud of your clergy. Even Dauchau, giving cheap for a piece of bread, for survival, they country. See, before I was using on so many occasions, that fact. How we have to, sometimes in America when I came in 1950 here, and there was 1950, 51, 53, 54, and some Americans who were prisoners in Korea, were cruel towards other Americans, because they got better position and so on, spying and so on and so on. So, how if necessary, you have to die. So, okay, what you want tomorrow, and I will go.
Okay.
Give him some
Yeah,
essence.
thank you. Let me.
During roll calls. But they're now even to move lips, say PresbyGod, PTL, PTO, PresbyGod, or.
When did you first see the Americans?
When?
Yes.
When I came, right away, they were at that time in 1949, when I...
No, I mean in Dauchau, when the Americans came in the camp.
When I meet Americans?
Yeah, in the camp.
When they came. That was April, this month, 1945, April 29th. It was Sunday. Fifth Sunday, as we say now, of Easter. Easter is the first Sunday. Easter Sunday, and so on. So it was fifth Sunday of Easter included. See, because it was quite early, early Easter, about 24th or so. Almost one day only might be later, 25th, never later, according to errands of our moon, when he makes, spring full moon.
So you were released on April 25th?
29th.
29th.
29th, 1945.
Yeah.
a week more or less before the end of the war. And that was a new birth. Then I say I was newly born.
Yeah.
The way what Pentecostal fundamentalists, charismatics, we say I'm every day when I am awake and commit myself to God, what I am going to do, what I plan to God, and out of His love for the good of my people, I meet in the hospital. I'm chaplain now. For the glory of God, in the name of the Father, of the Son, of the Holy Spirit. I was doing the same in Dauchau, even in 1.5 hours praying, in getting strength. And so they say you're reborn, baptized in the Spirit. Such a baptism, yes, because one is baptized only once.
Yeah.
And then God make me and confirms me, to be His. And I say, yes, God, I'm glad.
So what you like to arrange maybe for tomorrow?
Yeah.
What?
So,
Be comfortable. Yeah.
so what you making? Photos? What for?
Yes. For the historical.
Interview. Historical.
Yeah.
But what? We
Interview and it's going
More about Dauchau.
okay.
Yeah.
So okay.
Okay.
To be short, how to answer? Tell short way, long way.
Depends.
Yes. Today is April 21st, 1987.
Yeah.
And my name is Joe Todd. This is a follow-up interview with Father Drozdowski and Father Dabrowski.
Dabrowski.
Ah,
Drozdowski and Dabrowski.
The W is silent.
It's silent.
So that even in Polish. Even men of letters, skip it, Dabrowski, because two consonants, it's hard to.
The French dropped a lot of consonants.
Yeah. So one is.
Father, when's your birthday?
My birthday will be at the 13 June 1914. And therefore, my name is Anthony, because in Poland it's custom, the day you are born, if there are some holy name, saintly name, the parents give them her such a name. I born 13 June, 13 is Saint Anthony. Therefore, my Christian name, official name, is Anthony. And last name Drozdowski.
Yes. And he had the name Father Benedict.
Father Benedict, it is a religious name because we change our life from the secular life to the religious life, the new, completely life. I entered the new, bigger family. That was a natural family, now spiritual family, religious family. Therefore, I changed my name from Anthony to Benedict.
Okay. And when you tell me your birthday again?
I was born in September 20th, 1910.
And where were you born?
I have been born in Poland, of course, northeast of Warsaw, and the name of the county is Warsaw, and the place Niewodowo.
And Father, where were you born?
My name, my place of birth is Kotowo, county name is Lomza, a state name is in United States, Białystok.
Okay. Today, I would just like to get start with when you two were first arrested by the Germans. Why and just what happened.
So you make the question as far as I am concerned, and I will answer what you want. It's what you want, but it doesn't matter.
Cool. What were you doing when you were arrested?
Well, that's what it was. Well, it was the beginning of the war. 4 months since the war has been started. I was assigned to teach history, church history in our theological house of studies in Lublin, Poland. I came from a occupation zone occupied by Soviet forces. And after a couple weeks, we have been, all students and those teachers, instructors have been arrested.
Why were you arrested?
Because we belong to one, we belong to a religious order. We were priests, we were teachers, they were students. It was a center, therefore, of moral resistance. And since Hitler decided to annihilate even the spirit of belonging to a nation politically, but also biologically, reducing to 10 million Poland counted. Population of Poland was 33 when war started, and to reduce to 10. Leadership destroyed. The rest of the nation will remain only the manual or labor force to serve the overlords, Nazis.
So any area of resistance was arrested, be removed.
Yes. Anyone who was even with high school or in a high school education belonged already to that group, to leadership. And therefore, to deprive the rest of the people of lesser education, any leadership, all they were trying to exterminate.
And during arrestation, they put all our names on the list, and all the clerics, students, and all the priests were taken to the prison. But so-called lay brothers, without any education, they were allowed to stay in the monastery. And even the Gestapo selected a superior for them, the oldest, very shaken, nervous friar, because they have no influence for the people.
Now, were you in the seminary when you were arrested?
I was in the seminary in the third year of the theology, and I should be ordained deacon for the Eastern and the priest during vacation, June, July, or rather September, to continue as a practice, as a deacon practice, the service of the priest. Also taking part in the sick calls, then the missions, deliver homilies, and so on.
Where were you in the seminary?
I was in the seminary in Lublin. In the philosophy was in Zakroczym, because in our Roman Catholic you must first finish 3 years of philosophy and 4 years of the theology. Therefore, 3 years I was in Zakroczym, close to Warsaw, and then I was sent to Lublin to be prepared, trained to the priesthood, learning, studying theology, Catholic theology, of course.
And Father Robert, where were you when you were arrested?
That's what I said. In Lublin, Poland, in the House of Theological Studies, 4 years courses. to teach history, church history, as I did before in the place that I was assigned right after my ordination in 1936. And lacking a professor of church history, who was Dutchman, he left Poland when German occupied Poland, and so they asked me to come from in clandestine way, of course, from the area occupied by Soviet Union.
Did you have to sneak back into, you said, a clandestine method to return?
Yeah, overnight, you know, like
How did you
going by the boundary, artificial, of course. You cannot, you know, make boundary across the nation. You guard, but still, being born there, we know how to, well, elude them, you know, and not to be caught. Some were caught.
How did you travel?
Pardon?
How did you travel to elude the Germans?
Well, travel. First of all, was taken close to the boundary. I had, you know, friends, acquaintances, was staying there. There was a man, 5 of us. We paid him because he was in danger of his life and his family. He was living in that area. It was the 4th of December 1939, foggy, somber day. At due time, I was under Soviet occupation area. The house was close to the road. We saw them marching here, there, on the horses. And then, when it was dark at 6 o'clock, then we left. It was fog. We went around, and after an hour of meandering through the prairie, I would say, and the knoll covered with trees, where was the station of the Soviet. We didn't know exactly. We passed first little river. We could walk. It was, ford, because it was not higher than your knee, and take shoes off, and went on the other side. Then there was railroad track, that the neutral zone. Railroad track was divided in Germany, guards from Soviet guards. At certain moment, even the very guard on the Soviet side started to walk us. How we noticed him? Because he lit the cigarette. Well, we fell down without any warning, and waited. He was walking close to us because there was little something, boards over that narrow stream, say 10 yards wide, and we heard how he was coming, approaching. He came, there was silence, he didn't see anything, and he started to walk again, and then more and more, more. Then finally he didn't hear. So we went again around, and finally passed by. Even while we were waiting, taking shoes off, it was so dark, pitch dark, that we heard like a group talking and coming from the other side, from the German side, Polish. They were lying on the ground, didn't say anything. They passed by, perhaps 15 yards. We noticed us, and we passed, and about 1 or 2 o'clock, finally we came to the place where I had one student from our high school and junior college in Warsaw, and there we stayed overnight, and in the afternoon, it was Sunday, already next day, Sunday. We took a train because there was a station, and in the public he took us, the father of my student, to the railway station, and inhabitants of that area will reach Warsaw before police hour, because it was war scene. That was the first time that I, in my life, on Sunday met them as already adult men.
Not many
Because the man said, well, better not to go to the church, because it is a small place. We don't know, perhaps they are, even some of German backgrounds might report some strangers are there, staying in the house, 5 of them, 2 ladies and 3 men. So better not.
What time was this?
It was the time, you mean day or?
No, what town was it in?
Town? I forgotten even the station. There was a little village and station. On the track, we were always passing from Warsaw to Warsaw, close to Ostrolenka. That's a bigger county too.
But many times
I forgotten even
to make easier to escape from one zone to the other, you should use a trick or cheat them. For example, you are going to Lublin, and you were caught. Then ask you, where are you going to? Don't say that I am going to Lublin. You say, I am going to Lomza. No, go ahead, go back. If you go, for example, to Lomza, don't say to Lomza. No, I am going to Lublin. What he did, yeah? No, don't go to Lomza. You must go back to Lublin.
Well,
that's the best way.
In our place, it was something else. It was already say bordering zone. Whoever was there passing, they were caught. They were arrested, put in some kind temporary prison, and then if they ask where you going, then you might use that trick.
Yes.
But if you said I am going, to join my family on the other side of the border, they even deliver you back. The German caught me. They were delivering back to the Soviets. And Soviets, of course, arrested and then interrogated and then finally sent you to Siberia to labor camps. It's thousands, hundreds of thousands of Polish, they say 1.5 million at least, they were deported for them. Especially if you are educated, with some education, high school education, priest even more, for 10 years, because you were trying, to pass the border, leave, their zone, their country. They call it East Bielorussia, West Bielorussia.
Did you have any prior notice that you would be arrested?
We have before, maybe 1 week or before, some good people maybe working in the offices of SS warned us, go away, but sooner or later you will be arrested. But we have no choice where I should go. I belong to such a group that I'll be arrested soon on this place or another place, where I should go. I had no choice. And he explained better, but myself was this way, where I should go. If I belong to such a group to be deported, they can find us in every place, because they change already our identification card already. If I was in Lublin, I have identification card in Lublin. Where can I escape? Nothing.
What did they do when they arrested you?
So first, they enter our monastery. They declare that you are under arrest. They gather us together in the dining room, the biggest room, and then put us on the list, asking our beruf, our vocation, profession. Then the priest said, I am a priest. Myself, I am a student of the 30 years of the theology. Brother, I am a lay brother. Yeah. And then after eating together the lunch, according to your American style lunch, at noon, they packed us in their pickup or big car, covered, of course, and they drove us to the prison, so-called castle, in Lublin, all together.
How were you treated at Lublin? How were you treated in the prison there at Lublin?
Speaking about the prison itself now.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, they brought us, and again, there was every day, again, like entering any institution, name and so on, every one of us, and they put us in a cell. So after 1 hour or 2 hours when we arrived at prison, it was noon, about between noon and 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Then they brought us into one cell. It was a bigger. It was used even. It was used by the hospital or sick bay for the prisoners even during the Polish time, because it was a prison. And then how they treat it, like any prisoner. We had to keep the order of the day, the same, salute them already whenever they enter the cells, and attention, lined up. So they taught us that son, that this cell with so many prisoners are all in order.
Do you have the photographs of it?
Sim.
The photographs that I gave you of it?
Yeah.
Sim. See, already yesterday I said that they gave us that meager, simple food. We didn't complain about that it is always the same. Always the same, the Greek soup, cabbage soup, barley soup at noon, and similar evening. But otherwise, they were not showing us any kind of brutality.
No.
They were not treated us brutally.
Even we could receive by the Polish guard some extra food from our monastery from time to time, in the evening usually.
Nie myślę, że tam były people.
How long were you kept in the prison at Lublin?
In Lublin we were from January until June, 16 or 15.
No, since January 25th until June 18, when we were deported to concentration camp.
Sachenhausen.
So, about 5 months.
What was Sachenhausen like, the prison there? How were you?
And that was the new prison, just in the process of building. The barrack were half smaller that were already built in Dauchau.
You speaking about the prison in Lublin or concentration camp?
Concentration camp.
Or the concentration camp?
Okay.
Yeah. They were building the new roads, new streets, they planted new trees and so on. we were used as a force of working, bringing, carrying the bricks, carrying the soil and the grass and different items.
Usually manual work and using transport. Transportation is stored using trucks. They were using prisoners. Units per 100 units transport from one place to another, and 5 or so, half a thousand of prisoners. You can do even more than big heavy truck, because you take 4 bricks and carry 500 men, and then right away put on the spot. There is no loading, unloading, and so on, and therefore the big number was doing. Well, that was because it was a new camp, Sachenhausen, Oranienburg by Berlin. So they didn't have for so many prisoners. Our number was, 25,000 and time, when we came. So there were about 20-some thousand prisoners there. There was clinker, the clinker, producing clinker. That was the Nazi property. They were different kind, and building, lot of building of the camp, then developing the camp.
Was now at Sachsenhausen, did they have the gas chambers and the ovens? And
No,
I don't know. There is, I think it is, because I was even to visit once, so they have something there. What they have, I don't know. Because many other behind the behind Iron Curtain in the East Germany, many labor camps and forced labor camps. They were completely destroyed. There is nothing. And if you ask, because I had my friend who was working as a young man, of high school, student of high school, senior or junior, who was working there at forced labor camp, and now visiting once. He lives in Poland, so visiting here, Germany, they are befriended now, and he asked the people, inhabitants in the area, or just 200 yards, and he said, where is the place here? He couldn't find the place. It was a factory and labor camps, forced labor camps, and she said, that lady, I don't know anything about it. I don't know. What was in here, I don't know, I never heard.
No.
And though it was well known, and even there were some, she could show you the way, to see that place.
The Sachsenhausen, there was a training camp, marching, working on discipline, salute, everything, and everyone was very, very severe discipline. For instance, punishment, different kind. For example, if it's not a joke, but it's really some German priest didn't put off the head, saluting the cap. Saluting the German officer, that put the helm on some stick, and they march all the day saluting this helm.
Now what was this in Sachsenhausen?
That's all in all the yeah.
Now what exactly is this?
If you want to hear, because I was beaten.
It is called 55.
Would you hold that up?
Yeah.
I took a picture of that. That's called a 55?
55 the time you were beaten by special strong
Executioner.
executioner. You should count 1, 2, 3. If you failed, they begin for the beginning. 1, 2, 3, 5. From the pain, you couldn't resist it, to count it once again. Sometimes it was 50 or 40 times maybe, or more.
The other photograph is the same?
They're the same. Here is the front.
Yeah.
Here is the front. His hands are already tied it, and in the other, his legs were put and tied it. Oh,
Well,
his legs were put in special bar that you couldn't move or kick the executioner.
if you wish, I tell you how I was executed.
Because he was there.
But he finished, I will tell you.
Okay. Tell us what happened.
But you sit down, you make picture, is it so?
Special of you.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So you may look on, this is better this way.
So,
It was longer, longer in Dauchau. So I was sentenced for, I will start, with this. You had to trespass some kind of camp discipline. In my case, I and my fellow worker, we were trying to eat kohlrabi. It's a kind little turnips growing above the ground. We're working in the commando, Gartenstrasse der SS. That's a chalk farm belonging to SS military camp. And on a Sunday, we were working to deliver to their local military sick bay hospital, those little kohlrabis. And we while digging them out, cleaning, and then we were pulling the cart. I tried to take two and eat, because in the morning we were getting nothing from the cart, something to drink, water to drink. And so two kohlrabi. Even in English they call that way. But the guards who were behind us, they noticed, not me, but my fellow workers who were pushing that cart, that he was putting some, of those turnips into his pocket. When we arrived at the hospital, they accused that he was trying to steal, kohlrabi. And because they noticed that, during our transporting, it was about 7 miles, 3/4 of a mile away. So he put it back. I also put it back. We had to deliver about 200 turnips. And we added, for instance, I added 2 more. There are 200 turnips, because it's hungry. The other fellow, they put 5. So there were 5 more and 2 more. So it was the proof that it's true. But when they make a report, the SS, the guards, and the administrator, also SS of that folk farm that belonged to them, and reported to the proper authorities in the camp. My fellow worker, they didn't see that I was putting in those 2 small turnips, into the pocket. But he said, they are not all mine. and who is the other? Oh. So he betrayed me. So I had to say it was mine. After several weeks, we were summoned because, for interrogation to the special political officer, and he asked first and then to the commanding officer, did you eat two carrots? Exactly, he said. Did you eat two carrots while working? I was already informed. Don't deny. Only say yes. So, though I didn't eat them, I said, yeah, yes, sir. Okay. Get out. And I went out. See, we were summoned, in official way. And many cases like this. After 5 weeks or more, I again was summoned not to go, that have to report at that office. That's in the entrance to the camp. So we were taken, it's all according to the military drill. Already about 20 or 30 prisoners, we were standing there, marked there, we didn't go to work. And under that office, at a certain moment, again, one who was assigned to it, prisoner, he was leading us, 2 executioners, Todd, 6-footers, already went there, then some other officers of the camp were in the shower room. And in the section when we were taking off, our once a week, our clothing, clothes in order to get showered, there was such a table. In Dauchau it was longer because this seems long. It has even a platform, so 1 step. And we were lined up in the very shower section. And here on the side, it was section for clothing. We were ordered to take off our jacket, to take off our trousers and our shorts, or long johns. We had long johns and shirt. Put on back your trousers, and then we lined in the vicinity to the execution table, facing wall. I was about 10th or so in the line, and facing the wall, very close. And SS, were preparing, the execution ceremony. So how it was? As you see him, we were standing at the wall. Here, the officer, something like that. 1, or rapport Führer, that's a top sergeant. 2, accompanying, judges with files. Our files, and here is the table, this table, and on each side was standing only in T-shirt, trousers and T-shirt, 2 big robust SS men. And they were calling
one by one
your name. So perhaps because my name is Dabrowski, so D. So probably that's the reason about 7 or so. That was the first time I was getting, that punishment. The prisoner had to come, report on attention to that presiding officer, top sergeant, And he read your sentence. We didn't know for how much you were sentenced, because it was 10 or 25, 10, 15 or 25, 25 maximum. And so I had the time to feel. They were, well, Father Benedict said, something already. They were really crying, shouting, crying, and losing, the count. I asked my fellow on the left side, what one has to do, to pass it the best way. And he said, don't cry if you can. And they were shouting each time. He said, don't cry, because it makes them mad, and they hit you even more. It's more strong. Have you been already? Yes, I have been already 3 times. He was from Silesia, disputed place. See, so you may look here. In Silesia. And he was therefore German, but there was a Polish background. He said, I was arrested because they didn't have confidence in me, because though I even don't know Polish, but I am of my name, I am Polish background, because this was mixed population. So he said, you have to help yourself. So try to organize something to eat. Once they caught you, so you have, otherwise you don't, you have execution. Otherwise you cannot survive. You can survive, yes. Only, he said, as you see that one, pull yourself as far as you can, that only on buttocks they will be hit you, and not on kidneys. If on kidneys, you will be killed even there, or you will not survive, because they will be bruised total. So, okay. And he's saying, count well, short, and I heard how they were counting, groaning terribly. So, short, without groaning, without crying, and count. And then he said, don't lose the count. So, how it was. I see, so no, see, officers, so I came down there, naked from my waist. You have to stand in the officer and an attention to him. I still remember, how I had to report. So it was this way. Dabrowski Heinrich, Schutzhäftling 22 meldet sich gehorsam zu stellen. That means, I have 3 names, so it was Henry. They knew only. So they say Henry, Dabrowski, the prisoner, number 22972, reports obediently according to their order. And he said, you are sentenced for 10 hits. So you say, yes sir. Here I say that, yes sir. Evolve. Turn to that table as you see here exactly. Took and that SS executioner said, take your eyeglasses off. So I put somewhere, my eyeglasses. Pull myself as I could. Your feet, of course, your feet had some kind like a cage,
Yeah.
so that you will not be move, or that your feet do not go up
For the pain.
from the pain. So as he shows that way, I was tied with some kind of belts, and they started. First they tried, trying what I have. Perhaps I have some paper or something else, under those prisoners' trousers. And that was already nice spanking, but spanking. And then they started to hit. And I was
Two of them.
and I was counting this way. Points. Yesterday I still hear that my voice. Points. 5. Right. Here. 5. When I got there, 6. I thought that something thick or like this hit me. That they hit me with something thick like that. Later on I heard that they were hitting them together. And first, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 6 together. And they were jumping, because if they started from the beginning, they would cut the skin very badly, bruise the skin very badly. So I saw the whole stuff, all the constellation, reflection of nerves, and between 6 in German, 7, it seems that like eternity. Because you would like, that it is faster, and then 8, 8, 9, 10. But finally, that I was waiting for the 10th. 10th,
No more.
didn't get one more. So I turned half, still, my vision was not too good, but turned, came to the officer and knelt it. And that is the clue. I said again, the prisoner, Dabrowski Henry, number the 792, report that received 10, lashes. 10 lashes for 2 carrots. My head is, my God. Really, I was mischievous. I said, so Dabrowski Heinrich, the prisoner, number 22, report that report received 10, the 10 lashes for 2 carrots. And he asked me, didn't ask anyone, asked me, what is your vocation? What is your vocation? And I said, clergyman. And he said, is it so? Yes, sir. And then turned and marched. He was amazed because I didn't cry. I said, I will not show you. I will not show you that it is painful, that because that it is painful, though you are so brutal, I can quietly pass through that ordeal.
Would you show us in the picture exactly where they, on this photograph?
Pardon? Uh-huh.
No, this one.
Well, this is better.
Yeah.
I didn't look that. And that assessment, when they loosened, took off the belts, and I was looking, but I am myopic, so I couldn't see that my glasses. What he said, that ribbon down there. So I pick it up, put on, and then reported to that. It was that twisty, that rapport Führer. We consider him that he was benign, and he was really benign. He never beat anyone, didn't kick, during evening roll calls, he was of those 2 or 3. They had so-called report leaders, reporters. See, so he looked. He asked me, because before all of them, even that my aunt was also 1910 born, so at that time he was 31 years old as I, and I was amazed that he was so groaning, shouting, crying, and lost counting, didn't count at all.
I would like to add, usually the punishment was in the special room as you see in this photo, but from time to time it was public in the place, also in the presence of all the prisoners. Also here in the place, in special place, you see here 2 containers, basin of the water. Then, if the prisoners during the beating was fainted, start to didn't count, they released him and put him in the water, cold water, to wake him up. They are here.
It was not water over there.
Yeah. And then, if you awake once again, you must start to counting. You see 1 and 2. Maybe one was cold water or warm, I don't know.
And
but I know they put them in the water to awake
After, then you didn't join doors facing, the wall. Only we were there because it was long call that, for 200, 300 prisoners, to get showers each time. So there it was line, and we had nicely folded in a square fashion, our jacket, our shirt, and our long johns. So we went there, and they told us they were watch one, to make that, bending our knee, like kneeling all the time, and because otherwise, the blood clots. I was bleeding, on one side, I think on the right side, bleeding, and the whole, the buttons, they were green, red, and so on. And why, kneeling or bending your knee this way, it is a massage, so the blood the hemorrhage will be not so big. When all were finished, and we were in a clean, one nice military line doing that, and even gladly, doing that helped. And I was about 3-4 weeks, had that red, green, and so on, skin. And when all were already executed, passed, and the ceremony was finished, one SS came and had the big brush, and little pitcher with iodine tincture, and it was, covering that. It was burning, though, burning, but, in order to avoid the infection. See, this way. So you now know how does it execution by Nazis.
But I don't see here the second kind of the punishment, the called Paul Upek.
Paul, yeah.
Paul.
Hanging, hanging on the pole with your arms.
Oh, that's
the punishment.
That's in the book.
In the book, yeah.
When were you sent to Dauchau?
Pardon?
When were you sent to Dauchau?
When I what?
When were you sent to Dauchau from Sachenhausen?
The December.
Exactly. So we left Sachenhausen. On December 12th, in the late afternoon, and arrived at Dauchau next day. It was December 13th.
1940.
1940. No, this 1940.
Yesterday you were talking about the hunger in the camps. Would you explain again the hunger?
Well, see, as I said, the two factors which killing us was hunger, hunger, and then long day, 12 days together with break, but it was daytime, and 12 hours work, with about an hour, that took time, to come and get at noon. So work, unclement, and especially outside, under, without the roof above you. So we are exposed to bad weather from early in the morning, 5 o'clock, and in summer even half an hour sooner or so. Then coming evening at 6 o'clock, so 12 hours of work exposed to inclement weather, heat, rain, snow. You were exposed all the time. Therefore, even Himmler said, with that, and then next, eat this starving diet. In the morning, nothing. Only dark, they call coffee, something, because it was something synthetic, dark. It was dark and bitter.
Liquid.
And bitter.
Yes.
Dark liquid to dirt. No sweet, no sugar in it. And then at noon we got the soup. Soup, meager. I food for everyone, had enough room for 3-4 times more. Once a Russian in a commando, I was told, perhaps commando, he was sick or so, in the sick bay, so some sick couldn't eat even that. So he ate as much they gave him, those prisoners, nursemen, as he wanted. He ate 4 portions. It is quantity allowed to the prisoners 4 times more. Really, one could. There was no room, no more room, but after 2 hours you were hungry. Hungry you were all the time. Even pain of hunger after that soup and 2 or 3 potatoes, depending on size, you got more or less. See, you were even more hungry and suffered even more until you forgot it. Because that soup, whatever it was, that potato, it was sweet, it was marvelous, and yet not sufficient. If you were not working, if you had only some exercise for your health, doing nothing, sleeping enough, sitting with pain, great pain, but you might survive. But not if exposed to inclement weather. That was killing the fastest way. See, evening we got kind of herbal tea, tea, it doesn't matter, without sugar, and our portion, 4 slices more or less of our bread. Later, at the end, it was less. I would say there were 3.5 slices regular. Of course, it was heavier, more compacted, not so translucent as usually, our American bread is. See, so after 3 months, you are really even sooner. But after 3 months, when already your whole system, not only fat you didn't have, you lost your weight. you lost more. Already you were hungry because the tissues, the cells and tissues, shrink of your muscles. But after 5 months also, the bones were demanding, and your marrow, because after 5 months already you had, they shrink too, and you couldn't regenerate them. So the demand of our system is so oppressive that people start to talk about the food all the time. How it was wonderful was, how this was. People were, even honest people, intelligent people, were trying to steal of the contracts. I don't say all, I didn't. He didn't steal, of his contract. If you left one slice, we made ourselves, it was compact, 1 loaf or 5. In this way, and come according to that. See?
Brother Robert talked about the bones. As of first, you lost the fat, the muscles. If you now see in television from Ethiopia, you have the big, huge bones on the knees and huge bones here. The same here and here, nothing else.
Ulcers, no common ulcers, funny phlegmon develop, and those who got the phlegmon, if they were accepted to sick bay review, as they say in German, many stayed 6 months. After 6 months, you are released. You go either to work or to invalids. Invalids were taken in 1942 until 43. Those who were unable already to walk, to run, only who were dragging their legs, so they were separated from working prisoners to special barracks, and twice a week or so they were transported to special gas chambers, and they were annihilated. With food, they would live. If they were given even simple food, but they never gave us. And therefore, as I say, it was so oppressive that even the beautiful days, weather in spring, and especially during evening colds, when we were facing sun setting, beautiful colors, unusually beautiful. Day by day, you see the beauty, but it doesn't give you, that feeling of joy. It was impossible to have sensitive joy. The same, even in fall, winter time, when we never saw sunset because it was quite early, so roll calls were already at night.
27, 1987. This is Joe Todd and another interview with Father
Robert.
Dabrowski, Father Robert.
Dabrowski, Father Robert.
Broken, Oklahoma. Yeah. I'd like to get some information on your childhood.
Okay, so you ask and then I will give it.
What type of work did your father do?
He was Polish farmer.
And how big was his farm?
It's hard to say, if I remember. As I recall, it was about 40, as I recall, 40 hectares. That means about 80 some acres.
And what part of Poland was the farm?
Well, it was in northeast of Warsaw, about 70 miles. Located. Our house and the well is that town, village, as we call, along the valley of River Narev, Narev. It's beautiful, wide, straight, rolling, beautiful hills along that river. So from ancient time, the villages, farms were developed along that. It was natural road, boat, water. Water is deep. If regulated, would be wonderful. Beautiful prairies for hay, because it's much lower, inundated at least since late fall until after Easter time. It is April, and deeply, so that 1 mile, usually 1 mile wide, and along beautiful hills. It was all covered with water. On the hills, knolls, meadow, oak meadows, were above. But that river sometimes inundated. It was really flooded in that valley. In August, after the rain, and all the tributaries from north and east to that, from north especially, of that river, made it deep and beautiful. It was beautiful. Spring was beautiful. It was even the whole area was well known as from beautiful panoramic landscaping. Well,
What type of crops did your father raise?
well, all kinds, but mostly grain and potatoes, mostly grain and potatoes. He had also forest. He has also those prairies under Narev River for cows, because it was also raising cows, mostly for domestic use, as well for sale in the Warsaw town, which was also on the hill, perhaps the highest peak, that city of Warsaw county, well seen, especially at night with light, but also during the day too, because they were only about 5 miles on the slope of the hills of the same Narev River Valley. So, and forest was a source of fuel for winter, wood, firewood as well for building.
I was going to ask, what chores did you do?
Pardon?
What chores did you do on the farm?
Well,
cutting firewood.
Well, unfortunately, my chores were very little, because I already left home when I was 12 and had to live in that Warsaw county. From the top, from the top of the highest building where I was in the school, I could see, the red house, surrounded by the greens and the red tile roof. That's our house. and I could see, and I had to be far away.
Why did you leave at the age of 12?
Well, because the schools at that time, right after the Second World War, it was in 1922, right after the Second World War, which in Poland was prolonged with the war with the Bolshevistic Russia, and when their armies overran Poland in 1920, the peace somehow by a kind of miracle, as the history say, the miracle at Vistula, at Warsaw gates, the Polish three armies conquered, surrounded almost, their armies, and those who couldn't escape along the Soviet, not Soviet, but Prussian, it is German border, even some crossed, the Prussian-German border, and they allowed them, to cross and escape. So after, say, 5 or like our 6 grades, I had to go to the county city and live there in a board house, because we didn't have more than 5-6 grades in that school, so I had to go to upper grades and then to high school and so on to get some education. And those who wanted, my older brother, I, and then 2 younger, they followed the same way. And for a young boy to be taken out of a in American sense or modern terms, is a big family, but it was normal. There are 8 children, 2 girls, and then 6 boys. Well, so we were not much interested in it, though I liked, to work, to help. Well, there was water. There was not, after the Second World War, yet electricity. There was no.
This First World War?
First World War, not second. Electricity, water. It was easy to get pure, clear water from those hills, which was marina of glacier. Glacier covering Europe. That was marina, and those hills too. Therefore, it's beautiful, and the valley too, and very picturesque. I told my chores when going to the school, at home, going to the school, bring from the well with the water. So sometimes mother asked, go to the valley and see. There were also kind of, they had raising, geese, for sale too, and for many uses. So to go when I was free and to count them in the yard there, which I like, and remember the adult geese, were attacking me. Well, but it was beautiful to go there, because they were also like inlets of that river and lakes, lot of fish, but to use cane as also as a net, which in spring exactly, May, May when it's beautiful, and June, we're using sometimes, asking to go to bring the horses from the prairies were leading there. Well, that was a great joy to go there, to free them, and then get on the horse back, and gallop on. Well, during the vacation, I was helping in the time of harvest which was mostly rye, wheat, oats, small according to my age when I was 15, 16, 17, 18. So I went with them because it was a joyful season. The whole.
How did you harvest the grain in those years?
Well, at that time, most of the time, right up, that was 5, 20 to 20, well, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. 27, oh, those time, 20, it's 28 until August. See, they were using the sons, the men, and the others, even the women, they were picking up while making some kind to be immediately put on something like a cord made from the same hay and same rye, quickly putting on the soil, and they were those who were following it too, who were picking up and putting on. The other man was going and right away fasting, making
we call that shock.
A bunch,
shocking the wheat.
Yeah, immediately, and then afterward the other were putting already in a special that was looking beautiful. There was no empty, wild place. All was either like potatoes and other, So when I came from school, the fields, they were the silver, gold, green, and beautifully cultivated. One American from Broken Arrow went with another, my friend there. She is still living here. She said, we never saw the country cultivated like most beautiful, like beautiful little garden at all. Nothing was left idle, unless it was fifth, as they say, class of the soil, sandy or something, so it was forested or something, pines, plenty. Well, that kind of chores. Otherwise, I was free, had time to swim, to fish. Vacation was short. School all the time in the city, in that boarding house for the boys, but fishing, boating. There were boats, simple boats, but we got that for enterprising young men. We found a way, to make rows and so on, even standing at the small one, even when during Easter break, 2 weeks or 10 days or so, to go on that powerful, just in one row, standing and going to the waves and backing up 1.5 miles wide, not speaking, long, So it was natural. Somehow one was living with the elements of season and times, but was happy, to help. Mother asked some. When I was little one, 2 younger, but when all went after work and so on, I was left. In the afternoon when the work, and during vacation, sometimes to be responsible for the house, for all, and for the younger brothers. Even when I was very young, when going to, somehow I was naturally responsible, even accepted the work like young boys, they like to play, but I accepted. But then I was faithful, to do it.
What type of house did your family live in?
Pardon?
What type of house did your family live in?
Well, at that time, now, as I visited after the Second World War, but at that time, since there were beautiful forests, so many houses, most of the houses, they were made toward the end in 30s already from bricks, but in 20s and so on, or during the first, before and after the First World War, mostly from wood, because they had a lot of good wood.
Now, were these
Barns.
logs or sawed log? Were these log or?
Oh, many
boards?
ways they were doing, rather solid, not, like American houses, we built something like from matches, when they looked, like from matches, not solid. They were solid, with attic, usually too, surrounded usually with garden, lot of soil, garden, not so much for decoration, but the fruits. But flowers also were planted, in the front, to the
Now, was your
main
house made of
street.
logs?
Were logs, but they use boards still.
Okay.
They boards inside and outside still. But the logs, they were, if made and covered, you do not see. You didn't see, not, logs or like this, how you say, round. No, they were, in the sawmills, according to requirements of those builders, the custom, because it's cold winter, so it must be solid. And also outside with the special boards, and so on, and this way, so they were warm. And inside rather, they did, something like stucco, still stucco, that thick stucco. So there you had to paint.
What was it made of, the stucco?
Well, stucco made like usually is stucco. It's mortar, but they were not using cement for inside, because cement keeps humidity. Only lime and some sand, this way, lime and sand. The mason, specialists were doing in this way. So it was, in summer it was never hot. So hot, if sunshine in July, August, in middle of the August, because then the days are shorter. But if you were for instance, in the shade of the trees or so something, you didn't experience the heat, like in Oklahoma. There's no comparison. Humid and hot, but not more, I would say, than 80 degrees. If 80 degrees, they said it's terribly hot. When I somewhere was 2 days, a couple days, might be humidity. It's unusual. Usually comes storm, and storm after that, it's beautiful. Half a day, but if you are dressed as I am now, but it's dry all like today, like in Oklahoma. But very few days, like this, very hot. But if it's hot, not so much because of degrees, only if it is humid, and they don't have that continual breeze as we do have here in Oklahoma most of the time. Okay.
Was Poland involved in World War I?
Yes, and I remember First World War.
Tell me the memories you have of
memories, I think it was in 1915. In other words, I was about 5 years old. I remember that well. That it was burning on the other side of the valley. On the other side of the valley, there were already Germans, and on my side, there was, valley, there were Russians, and they were fleeing because that front in the Second World War in 1915 was broken. First, the Russians were victorious and were going through Soviet, Russian, Prussian territory. And then still away there was continual front, but we didn't experience that. Germans, they were normal, like any army, which they were rather kind, I would say, kind. There were no arrests, brutality, because I see that they were coming to my father, that little garrison, because they were controlling behind the front, like in any government, military government, just patrolling, coming to us, sometimes asking for some milk. And they had special bread given, by the army. And they asked, and they showed their bread. And I liked that bread. It was different. But they preferred our bread, but it was full bread of rye. And they had, composed of many things. Even they said that some kind of bitter fruit, something which nobody eats, in peacetime, and never, but little bit they were adding, like hickory, and taking out of the kernel and fusing too. But I liked because it was different. So as far as that, I never. They were good memories, of their occupation, just normal.
How far into Poland did Germany advance?
They, in the beginning, it was on the Russian, but they broke the frontier, the Germany in the west, and were going on and on. And in 15, they were already, since after a year, from north and from the west, they were coming, and the Russians were pushed far away, as far as Bielorussia, that province, Bielorussia. So there was occupation. I was already in the school, with even visitator, board of education inspector, as they called him. He came to visit that school. I was in the second grade or something like that in 1917, because I remember as I was writing 1917 and 1916 on all my workbook paper. They were simple, but it was enough. Even that school, it was private school.
What was the name of that school?
Well, that name was elementary school in our village. And that my father and another citizen who were like leaders of that patriotic, they were very patriotic. Before the war, they were in underground, belonging to secret organization against the Tsar, and so on. So when Germans were, they were continued Even he was like a mayor of the village, that meant that my father was. I remember when they were elected he was elected in our house, and well, it was something like that.
You said they were against the Tsar?
Pardon?
They were against the Tsar?
To who?
You say that...
Oh yeah, my father, the Poles all the time. They was patriotic, but even in 1905, just from talk, my mother and father, I remember that my father was on the list of the Tsar police. He was to be arrested because it was at the time in Russia revolution when Russians lost their war against Japan at that time. So there was revolution in Russia and also in occupied central Poland, where I was living, Poland under the occupation, Russian, that area. See, they allowed at that time in 1905 to have schools, few, they were not many, not in any center. There was no transportation. All had to, to provide, we walked, or if bad weather were taken in a buggy or so, but that's very seldom, only in winter. In winter, so my father was in that organization. They were, well-known citizens, and they too organized private school because they said it's too far. We had to walk a mile. And in fall, when it's raining, or already, especially in November, December, and so on, winter, snow, for little children, it's, and during the winter, during the war, First World War, we had not good shoes, or staying home and only, for a short time outside, just to play. So they founded their own school. I didn't know because it was, even I was reading that some coat of arms was signed, Polish white eagle, and it was written, elementary school in Niewodowo, that's the village. And I said, well, what is that? Because they rather called not elementary, but they said universal, because it was right away. Poles had kind of, or the Germans gave kind of school and other administration Polish, see. So the schools were Polish. Under Tsar, it was language Russian, and Polish only as a foreign language, twice a week. And already after 1905, the Polish language as a language of the school, because they were trying to Russify totally, Poles. So schools, except in the church, they were not interfering there to pray, even in Russia.
Now, why was your father on this list to be arrested?
Because he was taking part in not authorized organizations.
What was the
patriotic organization?
Was there a name of the organization?
Well, there was a movement, both socialistic as well, democratic, nationalistic, both Polish, and they were also, they were tendency to preserve, the national spirit, language, culture, of course, religion. That was self-evident, but especially that and school. When the Russian was only, when the many small villages far away, they had no school, they were still taught Polish. The people, during special season when the farmers were, because mostly it was agricultural society at that time, 70%. So some teachers were coming of those organizations and teaching, and they were teaching what textbook. They had no textbooks, but they had prayer books printed in Polish with censured with Russian. Even I still that much quickly learned, Russian alphabet, which is Greek-Russian alphabet, to see. Permitted to be printing permitted on this and this date and so on, governor or so of that area. See, that's how they were reading. My mother, she was reading in the elementary education, it was on the prayer books. See, that what it was. And then, when the Germans came, when Germans came, so rather the schools were already Polish. But you could open if you wanted, and it was private school. If you could say private elementary school, not public, but private. 5 years later, about in 20s, I remember then finally the citizens said, well, better to make it public because it was too costly, but they had their own private school.
I interviewed a man in Oklahoma City from Poland, and he said when he was a small boy, he knew Poles that had been serfs.
He was what?
He knew people in Poland that had been serfs.
Serfs?
Yeah.
Well, there was not at that time in my life, I don't know if he was older than I, servitude, farmers. It was already abolished.
He said it was abolished in the 1860s.
1860 something. Abolished. There was. See, there was still that servitude. They had to, and then it was, how to say, they were property. That what they had land, they had to serve, say 5 days, even sometimes depended very much from that owner, even 6 days. He had not much time for himself. The old people were saying 6 days of work, for the landlord, see, and the Sunday for himself, for the owner. Well, probably it wasn't that bad because it would be impossible, as I now imagine, because they had some had more. But as I remember, that's what it was introduced, that appropriation, the land what they had on, I don't know how to call that, lease, but because it was from family to family. But it was time they couldn't move from, without agreement of that. See, but since 1860, in 1860s, upper 60s, even that uprising, which was 1.5 year long revolution against the Tsar, see, that was already the second in 18th century. That national government, underground government, declared freedom for all farmers. The land for which they had to work and his landlord properties, they had for themselves. And for all what they were doing, it was quite what they were doing for so many years. They had remuneration. They got not only that land, but also in forests and other.
Was Russia controlled by? Was Poland controlled by Russia at that time?
When?
In the 1860s when this occurred?
Yes, that's what it was. As I said, as I mentioned, that was revolt, uprising in 1861, see, and 81 and 60. That was uprising. They say January uprising. See, it was against Russia. It was 1.5 years. Unfortunately, lot of blood, letting, but they couldn't. And again, the greatest power, that was already the second. The first was in 1930, in 1830. In other words, after Napoleonic War, 20-some years after. Even sooner, because it depends when it was finished, with the Vienna Congress in 1817, and New Europe after Napoleon times, and then it was, in Polish question was, problem wasn't changed much, only what the Prussians had, they did possess for the future until the end of First World War. The same Austria, only that central Poland they make small, truncated Polish kingdom, and Tsar was the head, the king, crown Polish king first, and they had their own institution. All, only the Tsar, even army. The Tsar, but the war and foreign policy, it was led by representatives, embassies, and so on. They were Russians all over the world. See this, and that was that army which was with Napoleonic Polish generals make uprising in 1831, and that was even the chance they could, they were defeating Russians until they finished the war against Turkey and put more arms. See, and then they had, in comparison to Russian, much better, and also that. But not in 1863 or so, when servitude was declared first by Polish, that national uprising government, and then Tsar to ingratiate himself, to the Polish peasantry, which was most of them. See, he declared and make it legal. Legal.
Was that Nikolai the First?
Pardon?
Was that Nikolai the First?
No. Yes. So, I guess so. I myself don't remember which one. Probably because during the First World War it was Nicholas II. Yeah. See, so that in. As a child, I didn't know about, only heard the old people were talking sometimes, and as a young boy, when making homework, I was listening what they were talking. Was good reader and reading class. I was looking after the books, because during First World War and right after there was not many, all was destroyed. Okay. Since on that course, in childhood. But it was a lot of joy, great family bonds. They were the most, for me, most sad and almost cruel. It was nostalgia. Being away from the family, and in that city going to the schools. And there I learned already, because among others we didn't have in our school a foreign language. In the city, in that county seat, there was German. So I learned German.
I was going to ask, did you use a lot of the memories and nostalgia of your childhood to survive Dauchau?
Well, I would say I would say it was common when you suffer. I would say this way: love of the family, solidarity, beauty, longing for. It is the freedom, family life, and your area. That is, it was so vividly impregnated in memory, in fantasy. It belongs, to your person, to your personality. That makes a man. And the greatest memory, beauty, church. Even now I see it. Now, as I'm talking, I see it like on a picture. It was a beautiful one. In the second half, toward the end of 19th century, was built new and with the beautiful bell tower, Romanesque style, which is unusual rather in Poland, but that former landowner, and now he was landowner, but working together, the farmers was like him, only he had luck, but they were of great culture, people who came there at the end of 18th century, of well cultured, and he was chairman of that building committee, and they built beautiful church. And from our place, that's only 1 kilometer, 1 kilometer, even not 1/3 of a mile, not further. So I could see, also around, surrounded by the beautiful trees and so on. It's the whole area famous from beautiful panoramic view. Even when Germans came during the Second World War, and then all those former students, even Catholic from Rhineland, came to see from our church and monastery, Capuchin Franciscan monastery in Warsaw, came and looked that valley of Narrow River. They said, "Wow, how beautiful panorama, how beautiful panoramic view." On this side and the other side, with the river always, because it was not regulated straight and going, not all the, it was wide, but going, turning,
Meandering.
Meandering. But it was wide and always deep. In our area, we couldn't pass it in summer. And in winter, especially in spring, when the snow was melting, and spring, about the end of March, beginning of in April, all covered like Nile level in antiquity, making all those prairies beautifully fertilized. So they didn't need fertilizers. See, so that helped, and many civilian people were always talking, because sometimes we priests were writing for them letters to be written in German. The only one dream, some say, I want to see the communist one, I want to survive, I want to see my mother, a German. The other, writing to wife, his reminiscences of children, of wife, 2 children, 3 children, wife,
just wondering, I hope I will see you again, I will see you again. So, in that sense, but faith, my own faith, meaning of suffering in our Christian life, sharing as Paul and Peter Apostle say, following what Jesus said, take up your cross and follow me, sharing in Christ's suffering, sharing his glorious risen life. So we have to accept, see, so all that they were decisive factors, to the point, if you ask, since you touched, I remember in January there was a lot of snow to be removed from Dauchau camp. So usually those who were inside, we had not special work outside because it was snow, but from Dauchau all the snow to be removed. We're removing, pushing the snow into the big piles once, and then we had to use wheelbarrow, small wheelbarrow, working wheelbarrow without bearings, only wooden, heavy, and therefore to work half an hour it's okay, but later on your hands, were worn out, filled with snow, and we had to go on the other side of barbed wire. There was a stream, artificial, of the river, which was, but smaller river, not like Nara River. That one was great. And returning, and it was cold, and I remember I was one after another, we were pushing and returning, and again it was loaded by others, and we pushing.
Where were you taking the snow?
Huh?
Where were you taking the snow?
Where to? Mm-hmm. So we went outside of the camp. There was the water flowing, that river, or like say, or width of this room, that deep. See, they make like a channel to surround, separate SS camp from our camp, besides barbed wire. And I was thinking that I'm Boy Scouts, I am in the mountains, I am climbing the mountains, and I was singing the special, we had hymns, Boy Scouts hymns, how wonderful it is to conquer the high mountains, and with full lungs, to breathe the fresh air. And my fingers are bleeding, but I am conquering, the mountains, and even the tops. And I was pushing that and whistling. And another behind me, a prisoner, he noticed that I am Paul too. He was Polish, about 10%. Oh my, I don't know exactly, but I know it was about 10,000 Poles in it, over 1,500 just Polish priests. And there was red triangle here, and on your right leg, trousers, and with the P letter, that means Polish, and your number on both sides, here on your heart and below your hand trips. And he just moved faster, and then we were pushing, alongside with me, and he said, "Pardon me, comrade, colleague," he said, "pardon me, colleague. I think you are a happy man. You must be a priest," he said. I didn't say, "Why do you think so?" And he said, "You priest somehow, you still preserve the sense of joy, and you are joyful. He was younger than I don't know, 5 years or something, perhaps 10 years. He might be 20-some years old, 22. And you are still joyful. And then we were returning, then always together. He was keeping, and we were talking, reason, sense of suffering for a Christian, for men of faith. We are sharing in Christ's suffering. It is redemptive, because joined by our faith and love and offer to Him, He sanctified them, and that is for my own good, for the good of all, for those who are fighting against that satanic force which is subjugating and trying to enslave the whole world. That's our positive input into the war. Would be easier and much proper to be free, have enough bread to eat, to fight, because you are free. And if you die, you are die with honor. And here, just like a skeleton, and then disposed of, through crematory chimney.
Would you describe your average day in Dauchau, what it was like?
Well, so that would be perhaps the easiest. There are some little booklets too, even, where exactly it is all written. Even I have somewhere, but it was usually 5 or 4:30 when days were long, summer, late spring, and summer. We were getting to 4:30, then 5 o'clock. After half an hour or so, we were bringing something hot to drink from the kitchen. The groups assigned from each block. For a long time, they were assignment for the priest. The others were not, bringing to all blocks, to all barracks, that heavy, about 150 pounds thermos pots, and having weak water, black water, and to each blocks, just at the entrance to the block, you saw some photograph, they were, really lined up along the main street of the camp. And living there, then we drink. We had to bring in the order, wash ourselves, bring in the order our bed in a military way, very carefully, very exactly, because for that you might be punished if bed is not accepted, even hang on the pole by your wrist, or beaten. And anyhow, beaten, kicked both by black service, seniors, prisoners, or SS. But that SS condemned, and you were punished by them. For instance, bringing that water all the time, food in the morning. So you drink little of that hot, then there was roll call, and we all marched, all prisoners marched to roll call plaza, and then after an hour, about half an hour or so, when roll call was finished, all were on the spot. Then in a moment, command, the working groups, we call it work commandos, were formed really in 5 minutes. We're staying in smaller, in bigger, very big groups. All. It was all instantly almost, all in silence, relative silence. No laughter, no talk, even talk, but subdued. And then we were marching, while leaving, already surrounded there, waiting the guards for this commando. According to that, they were calling, and went to work. Then we returned at noon to get some soup, watery soup. Could eat 3-4 times more what they gave us. There was enough room. And speaking about the quantity, quality was poor. Then again, we were cleaning the barracks, usually groups assigned, because it's impossible. We were so the barracks, our compounds were so overcrowded that only a group, say 15, in that room, that compound was not bigger than this room.
About 20 feet square or so?
Pardon?
About 20 feet square, maybe a little larger.
Well, like this.
Yeah.
Like this. Perhaps 3 feet shorter.
Yeah.
And that was, for 100 people. And then 150, close to 200. See, and there were such tables. Everything was well organized this way that you moved always the same way and not all indiscriminately all over. And so we ate that soup. We could eat 3-4 times more if we were given. And after that, even your stomach was even more nervous. You felt hungry because you needed some more. And command to leave barrack. They were cleaning. It was cleaned in 15 minutes because that group, everyone knew what to do, and it must go fast because then whole compound would be then punished with punitive exercises because it was not clean. All common responsibility. They love that always. One make a mistake, his shoes, all might be punished. And sometimes, especially priests, they delighted in punishing them all, to ridicule and see, to commend them, and you have to obey blindly without show of any disapproval. So, and then we march back to work call. That took only short time, and we marched back singing. There were times that we had to sing, march, perfect formation, even sing, and to work even smaller groups too. Sometimes they demanded, tortured us even to sing, and we had no strength, to work. 6 o'clock we were back. That was long, sometimes about 2 hours. So after 8 o'clock we were returning. Finally, after roll call in that plaza, rain or snow or cold or hot, doesn't matter. See, and we then got something to drink, some tea made out of herbs, some kind. So you drink little one cup or two, because you needed some hot drink. Piece of bread, about 3.5 slices of that. Only it was heavier, more compacted, not like we usually eat, and more, and some, as they would say, portion of margarine. Most of the time, 2-3 times a week, like your little finger, we call it, at least with priests, it's your little finger of margarine, or equivalent of it. Might be cheese that much, or kind of sausage, like silver dollar, you know, in size and depth. Well, that would be all. And then, again, to clean all, to clean your shoes, wooden soles, we had to even wash it, put something white paper or so on the inside sole, you know, that it looks nice, and your number on the line, all was lined up, and your number, all in the numerals were in orderly, and because they might see and right away call you, number this, that's you.
What was your number?
22792.
I've heard of the tattoos. Did everybody get a tattoo?
Not in Dauchau. That's only in few camps. And in not sooner than in the middle, somehow in July or August of 42. In 1942, it was in Auschwitz, there was in Gusen, Mauthausen, and in Ravensbrück, perhaps still another camp, because they were enormous and it was hard to control them, you know. So with tattoo, there was no doubt when you doubt who died, you know, with number, but not in Dauchau. It was like a paragon, acme of concentration camp quality, showcase.
Speaking of tattoos, I've heard of all the items they made out of the human skin. The lampshades, everything.
They were making, yes, true. Some SS of those who died, and sometimes even they say, and those prisoners from those places were talking, you know, they were taking off the skin from, and sometimes you die sooner and make from that skin as a decoration, you know, how you can
for a
for a lampstand, you know, of that. More also to exhibit, to make exhibit. They were looking like a museum in some camps. I don't know if there wasn't in Dauchau, but they were museum to show, oh, see, they were criminals, all crazy people or something like that. See, so they were always asked us, do you have tattoo, do you have plumbing, gold, and so on. They know that when you die and they take to crematory to take it out to German bank, and they were doing that. And there was special commando in 42, 43 Russians, they were there, and they were pulling, you know, pulling with tongues, you know, and putting the bucket. SS was watching, but if there is one, he cannot watch all the time. Who wants, you know? That's also tiresome to watch others. The same, give bad commands, you know, exercises. So we use that horse sense when some were finally end of the punitive exercises. I said, as soon as he get tired, give command. At least that's worse than for me. I believe we watched them, you know, we were performing all of what they ordered, but he couldn't see all. If, say, 900 on block, or even 900, so sometimes they separated in small groups, but big groups. Even jumping like fog, jump, you know.
Yeah.
Frog, that's what in the military sometimes we write in the press, and so much of cry, indignation that some in Marines they had that frog
A leaping frog.
leaping as frog. That was common in Dauchau. And Sachsenhausen especially, Oranienburg by Berlin. See, I said, then you find how to simulate if they not watching you, because it's impossible to live longer than 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, I thought when I was doing as I should, you know, that my lung I will breathe, spit out, you know. So then you only, of course, you must go like that, you know. I will breathe, spit out, you know. So then you only, of course, you must go like that, you know, with the whole, well, say 500 people in the formation.
Yeah.
In the formation. So they jumping, beating, you know, this, that. So they would then, you know, only to keep order and simulate.
They hit the end of the bell?
Well, but somebody will open.
Okay.
There is somebody who answers. Here and there.
Do you think the local people around Dauchau knew about the camp?
Not really. Not really. What inside? Because even those guards, there were some guards who were entering inside and the others were not. Only those block Führers, you know, they were to assign to the service of keep, watch, control blocks.
Mm-hmm.
These blocks, sometimes on the afternoon there were 2. Only 2. Even Sunday afternoon, or 1, because they were on leave. So only those who were assigned to Dauchau as a battalion or something like that, in case of revolt, as a guards, permanent. But then we had 25,000 prisoners, and not a couple thousand were working inside, and the others were working outside. Most of the time I was working outside. See, so we were getting other SS who were in their camp adjacent. There was, how to say, like enlisted, they got basic training, military training, and some were on leave of absence, and you know, for 3 weeks, for a month, well, say, I don't know how long, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and then from East Front, from Russian Front, and then they, instead to send them immediately, they sent them to the concentration camp, and they were guards. They were living in the military barracks, and they were coming only and saw us leading to the work, guarding around according to the need, and bringing us back at noon and evening. See, so they were asking me in at least in 1942, when it was in beginning of April, it's cold still in the morning, it's frost, or even like a quarter of an inch, the surface sometimes is frozen. You see that there is much colder in Europe, like in North, you know, even now we read that's something like that. Only not so changeable, so unpredictable, like from North, you know, in the plains. So what he asked, what you get, what you did there, and so on. So even our guards, because I was working in, that's what I learned, see, in my childhood. It helped me to survive Dauchau, because I loved gardening, flowers, and raking. What so right away I could repeat and love that, to see something grow.
since I was assigned to that truck farm of SS belonging to that military camp, they had also, how many? 40 acres, though 20, with small vegetables, and 40 prisoners who were working there. 30 of them, they were priests, assigned in 1942. And on first day we marched to that command of called Sachsen, Gärtnerstrasse der SS, the street, boulevard, SS along their camp, and also then we turned to our camp, not far away, half a mile. And we were working there, and on certain afternoon, I got order, here is your guard, and you will go there. There is some early or winter, I don't know how, early onions, and to take out of it what after early winter and spring there were stones on the top. Always you see on the top stones because they are washed by rain and so on. So I came. He was a very nice man, kind man. He was 30 years old. He told me how long I am, who I am, and so on, Polish. That's number, how old I am. So that's 42, I was 31, like his age. He said he was on the Russian front, he's on Warsaw, and now they assigned him, to guard us. And that was way from the center where SS were in our shack rather, and in it tools and so on, and lead an office. And he said, work slowly to the end. And he was standing there with carabine, and I was doing, normally, and he's standing, so I had to work all the time, picking those, putting in bucket and on a pile there, on one pile and all together, and he said, work slowly. Said, we have nothing else to do. That was about 2 o'clock, to the end, to 6 o'clock, worked 6 o'clock, so I had to simulate a little bit. He said, make it easy. And he asked about in politics why I was arrested, and so on, and what is my vocation. So I'm a priest. You are priest? I am priest. So I'm Protestant. I'm from Saxony, and he knew the history even in 18th century, the last three, 1, 2, 3 kings, they were from Saxony, elected, foreigner, that was custom, and they, of course, the father was Saxony, he was Duke of Saxony, hereditary and a Polish elected king, and then his son was also already born in Poland, August the 3rd, August the 3rd, his father was August, and he said, so there was some kind of friendliness, even that what he was mentioning. He said, well, so I'm Catholic, I'm Protestant, I'm Lutheran. No, they said Protestant, yes, Protestant. They don't use the word Lutheran. They usually have another name. And then he said, oh, they are like 2/3 of the Lutherans and 1/3 Catholics, and about those kings and so on. And he said, for what for? I said, yeah, because I am Polish priest, they want to eliminate, because he was sincere, and I was talking sincerely. Eliminate, Poland doesn't exist, they want, there is nothing except work, daily work, and no schools, only 3 or 4 classes, classes of elementary school to read and to count. No cultural life, no assembly, nothing. He said, finally, what we eat and so on. He told me even that. He said, oh, you have good tea. he said, eat some more like this. I said, but we don't get. Like onions, you know. But we don't get. He said, we will preserve them. And how when you go to bed, how much bread, as I told you. And he said, in the end, his son, trying to do the best. I hope after the war you will be free. After the war you will be free. And I told him sincerely, I should not. I said, after the war, if the Germany win the war, no one of us will live alive. We will die here if we survive. But it was already 2 years I have been, you know, in the camp. So I'm looking not well, but still I was somehow looking and working. See, so not all of them knew. Not all of them knew that they are prisoners and so on. But they knew, in general, they were terrorized too. We have to be sincere. Of course, some of them were satisfied of the condition because they had military prisoners, non-commissioned officers, and ordinary enlisted soldiers. They were working there. They were working. One of them said, police soldier came to Dauchau because I don't know for what, I don't recall for what, you know, he committed some kind of discipline, you know, perhaps moved far further than he was allowed, you know, but they had normal work on the farm. And he said, well, they were satisfied because we wanted to know how the people feel. And he said, the farmers are satisfied. He said, I don't take part in it, but under Hitler, we have well. Before I was working myself, my son was helping me. After invasion of Czechoslovakia, I got 1. Poland, I have 3. I have power to work. And it cost him just to give him bread enough, you know, and so on. Food, some were very kind. I know from others, very kind to them. Now visiting each other. I know him from our order. One was in France, you know, lay brother, you know, and he was soldier in France in Polish army, and was in prison and assigned to a farm, and they were good friends. And now, how he told me that brother told me that he came to visit him. He invited him to visit in Germany. Well, Germany, rich people, not as huge as the United States and so on, and we only problem have, you know, to how to sell, but rich country. And he then invited come to Poland to see me, and he came at the border. The guy, you know, they asked because he came by his car, I think, that farmer, and he said, where to going to? And he said, to see that man. And he said, and so on. And he said, why are you going, you know, to see him? We were working. He was working on my farm. And he invited me now to come. He was with me. I said, okay, go.
What happened to the guards at Dauchau was liberated?
Well, some were killed, you know, in that. Some were killed. One because he shot 2 Americans, you know, standing under that tower. Probably he drank too much, you know, so they had something white like towels and so on. So I was far away, well, say 200 yards or so, and I saw some shot
and Americans came, and one American fell down, but he wasn't killed when he fell down. And then they got order to come down, and they shot them all, 8 or so in that tower. Another one I didn't see, but my friend Chris told me they were standing already, at the foot, hands up, trembling. And the Americans surrounded a soldier, or 2 soldiers, because I think it was more than one. I don't know how many. And a lot of prisoners, with them, all of in uproar. And he said, lined up. They were lined up, and they gave to the Russians their carabines, and they shot them all. How many they were? At least 8 or so. Fell down. Only one young boy, or 17, 18, because they get even that young in that group. They were about 100, 50 or 100, I think 50, who were that day were to keep us on guard. So even the Russians didn't kill that young looking boy, and the other fell down. See, that much, but most of them, 50 or so, surrendered, and then Americans saw crematory and the pile of that coal where they were piling, cadavers, dead bodies. They arrested them, and what they did with them, I don't know. I heard some of it, I don't know. Some, the others, they had right away that special commission, investigating, and the prisoners were reporting all who were cruel guards, and some, and the main criminals, they were caught. On that farm, that man was cruel to us. But I would, punishment, yes, some kind, to be some for labor camp, labor camp, not free labor camp as now the Americans are sent, to work in the church. Sometimes they come, they will not come. Yeah.
4 to 5.
Okay. So what you would like more? See, so the guilt is in the beginning, that election, when Hitler came to power, they believed him. We asked our fellow prisoners, priests, my friends, 1 or 2, especially was marching together and even working, and we had occasion, why did you voted for him? Finally. And he said, well, they cheated us. They promised, better economy like our, during the election. What everyone, he said, what he will do. But what he can do, when they promise all that and say, rather if, as I listen on that from Colorado and so on, he's a good man, intelligent man, he would be not there. But will he be able? But anyone who is accepting, allowing to spread communism, and so our representative, like in Nicaragua and so on, it said, it's okay, it is democracy. Not helping those who want, to regain national and civic independence and freedom. For me, to give even what they did, that's my reaction. For instance, when I heard, that as they say, selling the arms to Iran in order to, how we call that,
buying, paying the ransom for Americans who were kidnapped and so on, and they are in danger and certainly not hungry life. If we were 150 men in such a room, and the next in the smaller on 3 blocks, living for 5 years, 3 months and 4 days, lit bread, potato, rice, and other things, that's fine, great, that's great. But I said, I would kiss the hand of any president, and he, both hands that he did ransom us. And we should. And when the other Americans who came and were liberated, they pay for them, thank God. That they are free.
When did you first see the Americans?
I came to America in 1949. My Dutch Veendam boat from Holland arrived on June 20th, 1949.
Did you come to New York?
Yes, in New
You
York.
passed the Statue of Liberty.
Oh yes, that was a beautiful view. First time I saw.
Ask, what was your
Well, it was imposing. It is in itself. Always, whenever I was working, 7 years in New York first, though I belonged to here, but there was only priests we left, and because they were of 50 families, in the beginning 30-some families in 5 towns that belongs to this parish. Bixby, Jakes, and Liberty Hills, even that far, Leonard, and other around. See, so whenever I went on Staten Island, that borough, and through ferry, it was especially late fall, to really see the city, Manhattan, and then Statue of Liberty. Always, it's very imposing. It's beautiful.
When you first saw it.
So first thought, I even I knew about that, but the whole first, seeing even before when we passed the Narrows, and saw then, Manhattan. But I knew only from as a boy, from geography, and really in reality was more imposing coming out of water that unusual view. And then passing by the Statue of Liberty, because we had to go Holland American line. It was the pier was in Hoboken, New Jersey. Hoboken. It stopped, and then we came through. I think through tunnels, of course, through tunnels to Manhattan, where I had to stay. So it was always. I soon went there. I was serving in a parish. There were 5 priests, assigned, and the pastor. And I asked one who was already there longer. I said, "Hey, let us go to Statue of Liberty to see the Lady of Liberty." And the other said, "Well," I asked, and another said, I asked him first. He said, "I never was. What for I have to go?" People who live there, they do not go.
Why did you come?
See, I went, and with the whole afternoon we spent them. It's a marvelous thing. And always, whenever I passed, I think, that it's a great symbol of great values. People abuse. It's so easy to abuse the liberty taken in account, human infirmity, but it's a great. Liberty is a great. Also, for me, it is to be fully man. One must be free from all what is evil. First of all, myself, the master of myself, doing what is right, not what is wrong.
Why did you come to Oklahoma? Why did you settle here?
Because the bishop of Oklahoma, Bishop McGinnis, he met one of ours who was in St. John's in Lower Manhattan, 31st Street, across Pennsylvania Station, just the church. And Bishop very often, he was staying in a hotel, and his friend, a Capuchin, also a bishop from Nicaragua, American bishop. So he was staying there in the evening, spending together when on business, try to find help, for Oklahoma. At that time it was, in 40s and then beginning of 50s. And he met that priest and he invited us. To come. So 5 of us in the beginning came. I said, "Oh, to America. That's marvelous. I will go over the ocean to that mythical, America, somewhere behind the ocean, like Columbus." That's great.
When you were liberated in Dauchau,
So for me, it was indifferent where I come. One thing, free. I was 3 years in 3 years in France, or 2.5, and 1 year in Holland. And in both countries I met many friends and was very happy. I said, what I need, as I said to Dauchau. I told to my friends in Dauchau, the priest, say, if I survive that hell, and I will have enough bread to eat, I said, like 2 pounds, 1 kilogram, kilogram. 1 kilogram of bread. And 5-6 potatoes, opportunity to make fire and boil them, I would thank God for abundance. And the rest it is my own life, which make our life great and happy. Even in Dauchau, that when I was executed, I told you, but before, I tell you this, that execution. You were notified if you were to be executed next day. Be executed not to death, but those lashes. You don't know yet how much, but order came to the block. Our secretary of that, of 4 compounds, notified tomorrow I have to be after work at noon, evening, to see in the sick bay that room to see medic. So I came after roll call, but I told you already before how long, and I came. It was 1942, and it was already I was swollen, but not so bad already, but still in the end of May, beginning, it was in June already, swollen. And then he had to see if I am healthy enough. What does it mean? Especially on my buttocks. So we had to go to that room where he was accepting that medic. I had to put down my slacks, that prisoner slacks, and long jeans. And he had to see my derriere, if it is healthy without ulcers and so on. And during that ceremony, I easily am happy, and I see things humorous, laughable. So that certainly is laughable. Laughable. And he said, "You laugh. Why do you laugh?" I said, "Because it's humorous." It's humorous, but but tomorrow will follow. Yes, I know. But that's also, I will learn something. What you will learn? And he was assessed. What you will learn? And when I came, I reported myself in a military way, of course, but it was him talking. What you will learn? I will learn how far human bestiality and cruelty we can go. He didn't said nothing, and then said, "You are optimist. Do you know what does it mean? Of course. I know. And he said, keep that. That will help you to survive. See? The cruel man, sadistic man, he would kick you, he will slap you. My brother, who was Father Hyacinth, that's his name, my brother, priest too, he said, how you dare to say something? Because he could kick you and kill you and report the case. He said, well, I saw from a situation that I can talk. He was sincere and asking. So I told him, and on the other occasion, there were many, every day had something there. To survive any day, you have to meet the challenges. Work on the most slowly when you had, and be of good spirit. The same my fellow friends who were arrested with me, as we said, Benedict and other young, asked me, what you say? Father, you are optimist, And others said I am enthusiast, and so on. See, that helps very much. Even when I couldn't walk and lying on the floor for several days, but then I started to walk.
Well, it's almost 5 o'clock now. Let's go ahead and stop.
Yeah, I will do something positive. Because I was gardener, and when I was trying to get in the garden in 1942 in March, 43, I was in malaria as a guinea pig. People perhaps don't know. I was guinea pig. Many priests, 200 in malaria only, and some dying. I am still now getting, my health, it's damaged very much, especially intellectual work, spiritual work, it makes me tired too. See, so after malaria, first time I came from that malaria station in Dauchau and tried, that were already better times in 43. And I, after Stalingrad was, no, not yet. There wasn't yet Stalingrad. See, the situation was better. And I came, but pardon me, what I was talking
about malaria?
Malaria, so I was their guinea pig. But even there, I never lost, that enthusiasm to survive.
What were they doing?
And I, speaking about gardening, say I already learned the other year lot practice, and I wanted, to work in Dauchau because they had greenhouses and no need to march lot extra. And there was that SS was Sergeant SS, and he was the administrator. And the priests, many priests were there. Chief secretary was a capo, it was a German prisoner too. And they said, okay. And they recommended me, and they said, okay with us, but our administrator, he was like, he liked to drink. If we didn't drink, couldn't get some drink, he was mad. And so I was working so much because he's looking, and if he doesn't like it, he'll kick, and that's all. That means you are not accepted. And they were called bags, for vegetables and so on, lettuce especially, and other cauliflower and other cabbage. And I was raking there, and he came by to the end of the camp on motorcycle, and I was working, raking as you work to ordinary SS, even the non-commissioned officer, you do not salute, you have to work. Only when lieutenant comes already, you have to stop and take your cap down until he passes. And So I was working, and was looking, I don't know, 5 minutes. And then he asked, "Are you gardener?" You know, by beruf, that means by vocation. I said, "Not exactly, but I had garden and was working. And besides, I was working Gärtnerstrasse, the SS." Okay, continue. And he went. So the other was watching, and he said, "Well, you somehow ingratiate yourself the way I was doing, you know, leveling, doing, because I like to do it nice. If I was doing well, something I was trying to do well, especially to grow something. The Russians who were working with me, you know, in the former Gärtnerstrasse, the SS, and they told me, "Mr. Dabrowski," they said so. They called me, "Господин Dabrowski, if all prisoners were working like you, then Hitler would never lose the war." I said, "Alex, that might be true in some cases, but not in the cases, you know, in raising vegetables, because that helped also us to survive. If the Germans will not have enough potatoes, vegetables, they will not give us. First they will get themselves. And then they will give anyhow not enough to us, but even that they will reduce the quantity of our diet. So we work somehow for our good too."
What were they doing to you with the malaria?
Injected malaria, putting you get, you know, in temperature like people, and trying to find out the medicine against malaria. Germans were in Caucasus, in southern Greece, and even Africa. So they were looking many things, but among others malaria. So first I got infected mosquitoes. Started December 8, 1942. That much snow it was. I remember that is a quite festive day, you know, in the church. Birth of the Blessed Mother of Jesus Christ. So I remember that 8th of December. And that's the first time. And on 20th, I was already, or 22nd, I was in 3 weeks already. They incubated. I may get whenever, every day. And then it came. I was in that malaria station in one of the barracks in sick bay. And it was either the last hours of 42 or first wee hours of 43. I awakened, you know, and got chills, terrible chills. Oh, it stopped. And then again was until about, until 19 of March there. Then after 3 weeks, in that 20 days exactly, of in that temperature, nothing else to eat, only every second, no more, no better, neither more, only every second day they gave small glass of milk. I thought it was sweet, first time after 3 years, 3 years and 3 months, you know, I got milk. But that was, that's what they used to eat, and nothing else. And then, after 20 days, my temperature was already lower, not 40, that was 45, 46 degrees, exactly 42, almost 42 C, and heartbeat 130 almost. But then even heart was beating. eating slowly. And temperature was something like 101 or so, 39. And I had anemia. And they start, a doctor, a prisoner was working there. And he told me, what injection you give me? I know the prisoner said that Chief German, you know, this gave order. He said, this is for your anemia, it's nothing for and then they were giving quinine for me. First neosalvarsan. Now they do abandon already at that time. They invented Atebrin. At that time Germany didn't have. Later on he was giving, but at that time, quinine flat for 7 days. See? So this way for 12 days, and I was yellow, of course, after quinine. And then on 19, I returned. Was longer, even I didn't need it, but they were keeping prisoners, you know, from the malaria station and so on, because they were epidemics, typhus. The camp was locked for 3 weeks. You know, typhus, that, you know, stomach. And many died. And only those who was necessary, they, well, so when already it was under control, I came back to the block and tried to go to that, you know, fellow administrator in that vegetable garden. You know, but accepted as a good. Thank you very much. I hope.
Thank you. What is your full name?
My full name is Anthony Drozdowski. My religious name is Father Benedict of the Capuchin Franciscan Order. Yeah.
Okay, and today is February 28th.
Today is 28th February 1987.
Right.
Yes.
And we are at St. Anne's
At
Church.
St. Anne's, Broken Arrow.
Right. Good. Now you're looking for Sergeant, is it Schultz?
I am looking for Sergeant Schultz or chief doctor of this hospital in Dauchau in 1945, May, June.
Okay. Just to get a little background, you were a prisoner at Dauchau, correct?
Dauchau.
Okay. And when you were liberated, the 127th.
I was liberated on 29 April 1945. And then the next week, the doctors, American doctors and nurses, were going from each block asking priests, especially the priests, who were experimental in malaria or phlegmona or typhus, to stay and help other prisoners to recover. They counted about 4,000. About them, there were some of our confreres, Capuchin friars. Therefore, myself and the other, I named Father Ambroszkiewicz Stanislaus, my classmate, we volunteered. Okay, as a thanksgiving to God that we survived, let's go to help others. Because we had no possibility to come back to Poland right away, because it was disaster, disordered, and destruction, disorganization, no communications, no possibility only by foot or auto stop go there. And then Superior was trying to transfer us to the other country as French or Belgium or Italy to finish our study to be ordained priest. Therefore, we have little time to wait what to do. And meantime, these American doctors and nurses came asking for help because everybody, the German, the Italian, the French, they escape, go home by the first transport possible. Only we as a Polish, we were hanging, where, what to do. And then myself, I volunteered, I think that was maybe next week, 5 or 6, something like that. And I have here, just a moment, what I wrote, the picture. Oh, here, yeah. On 3 May, there was the Polish feast. Then I was that time still in the camp. Yeah, and I made by my own hand with flowers, colors flowers, these leaves, and the grass green to make the picture of the decoration. The camp itself as the buildings now, and how long was the barrack, and the feast of the Polish feast, the 3rd May. After 3rd May, I think maybe 6 or 7, I volunteer go to the hospital to work among the sick. Yeah.
Why did you volunteer to go to the hospital?
I volunteered as a sign of the gratitude that I survived. Yeah, to help others as well. Yeah.
Okay. Do you have? Are these 3 photographs that you have?
I have original in Poland.
Okay.
In Poland, but the picture in color I made the copy someplace I have. Maybe another place. If I'm interested, I can bring. How I made by myself in the color. Maybe you stop. I will bring. I will check up my room.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah.
This is very interesting.
Yeah. Oh, you see. They are here. Also, this picture I made without any tools, only some grass to make green and leaf flowers to make red or blue or something like that, you see. Yeah. That is general view of the concentration camp, the barracks. As the Polish priests were in barrack 30, 22, and then only in 26 altogether with the German. All are disappeared. You see. From 3 barracks, only 1. Yeah. Yeah. Also in this article you have all how many, the statistics and so on. If you are interested,
Yes.
I can give you. And this is the first I was arrested in the Poland, Lublin, the prisoner, but I was prison there first. I mentioned there.
Yes.
I was 6 months there, and then 6 months in Oranienburg, Sachenhausen, at the Berlin, close to Berlin. And then in December, they moved us, all the priests, to Dauchau, to the very end. And then I have all this that I was. My picture, more or less, I so young after liberation, very young, now old man. Yeah. Then I thought. That's all. If you have in this article, you can have idea of this of Dauchau, and this the picture I put together, but not in the color. If you like to have the color, I can give you.
No, that's...
But you don't need only have the story.
Okay.
Yeah, you are interested in the story. Do you like to have one of these?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Which one is the best one? The copy, the best copy. Maybe this one.
Probably this one.
This one.
Yeah.
And maybe you can add this ticket. What was to warning when I put this ticket to the red ticket.
The this.
Oh yeah, this one. Put the date reverse. This is American 5 to 12.
Okay. 45.
45, and that says S means Schultz. Ne? I put here in Polish, we have first day, and then months and the year.
May 45.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
And here is, I put ticket to the dining room.
Okay.
For the workers in the hospital for concentration camp in Dauchau after liberation.
Okay.
After the liberation. And that's the signature is the Schultz, of course, and myself, Drozdowski.
Do you know what his first name was?
No, I don't know. The same Jim, something, because here is something as Jim, some you see, some James, something, yes, but S.G. I don't know.
Okay, you say the whole staff of this hospital were from Oklahoma.
Was for Oklahoma.
Okay.
And what is interesting, very interesting, maybe you will be interesting, because the prisoners were exhausted completely. The vein to make injection were very tiny.
Yeah.
None of the women, the nurse, the girls can do it. Only the officer of the nurse men. With my help, we make massage. They put this what is the gum? No.
Kind of a tourniquet type.
Here and tie, massage the hands and so on. But the girls, they couldn't. They cried. They couldn't make it. Then always I was holding the hands and this one, and they called the sleeping already some officer of some nurse men to change the needle. They very interesting, very interesting. The men can make it, but none of the nurses. I was now with the hospital. The same. I have very good, very good the veins. You see, very good. They couldn't make. I said, because you are the girls. Why? Because I know from the hospital. In America, only men can do it. Because he don't afraid to press the hands and bind tight and then to try. Yeah.
Now you say you're 73 years old.
Now in this in June I will be 73.
Okay, and when's your birthday? When were you born?
My birthday 13 June.
13 June.
Therefore my name is Anthony. Saint Anthony 13 June.
Right. And you were born in what year?
In Poland, 1914.
1914. Okay.
Yeah.
I can check with the 45th Division people because they helped liberate Dauchau.
Yeah.
and they may be in contact, because I have talked to many people that went into Dauchau that helped liberate it.
There were at least the girls in mine compartment were at least 10 girls, and four nurses and 3 doctors, and
So about
three or 4 doctors, more or less. 3 or 4 doctors, although it means 2 or 3, and the chief,
Yeah.
but was very nice, polite. I don't know his rank, but he's very good, intelligent man, very, very quiet. And he was so happy that I was volunteering, and I understood, as especially Polish, in the Russian, Czechoslovak, Slovak, French and German, because he spoke little French, some of the nurses little German, and it was just enough. Then I distribute even the medicine later on, because I knew the name,
Yeah.
how to spell.
What rank was the doctor?
I think that he was the higher degree ranks. I don't know now. I have no idea how many the stars, 2 or at least 2 or 3 stars at least we had. Yeah.
It was a staff of what, 15, 16?
The staff at least 15, 16.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
As I said, at least 10 girls, 4 men nurses, and 3 doctors, and then the chief doctor.
Okay.
Yeah. And I work in the barrack for diarrhea.
Okay.
Because different kind of the disease, they divided us. No? Because diarrhea was very, disease who can communicate, also spread all over. They asking for those who were in malaria.
Yes. Okay. It's
more resistant, more resistant than if kind of the disease. And then first 2, I think maybe 2 weeks, I worked only outside, carrying the food, carrying medicine, and translating and so on. And the other guy, other brother, he could be inside. He didn't smell. He didn't feel so much.
Yeah.
But myself, terrible. No? And then the first time, especially during the night, I brought to the crematorium the deceased, the dead. No? Oh, that was terrible impression. In the blanket, 2 or 3, 1, 2, 3 in the peak. This was terrible. And then spread with the special spray or powder and so on. That was terrible for me. And now I don't afraid. No death, no living, no bloody nothing. I don't have no nothing. And the hospital, I have nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing. For me, no impression. The many others, after when I was accustomed and the disease was lower, then they stopped spreading the disease already. Then I moved living together, either feeding them, helping them to die or to recover, and so on. We pray together and so on. And then you could recognize who is Catholic, who is believing in God, who not, and so on. At the sign, those who believed in God, the future life, they were dying quietly.
Yeah.
I will go.
Yeah.
And those who didn't believe or afraid, especially Jews, terrible death.
Yeah.
Appointed as the secretary of this unit. Oh, here, you see, the same.
Now, this is the book that you kept while you
Yeah.
were working there.
Yeah, well, there you see. I told the names, numbers, and so on. And I put some story at the end, what happened day by day, and the last days. you
Yes.
see. Now nobody has.
Have you copied this also?
I have copy.
Oh, good, good.
And I can make you copy.
Do you have a copy of this now that I can take?
Right away?
Um,
I have some copy. I should have.
if you don't have, I can get one later.
Later.
Okay.
Later,
Okay.
because I know that I made it, but
Yeah.
I didn't think that you can need.
Okay.
You can find my name maybe with another names, more interesting. But the most that is this document.
Yeah. Okay. I will
You can
check
check
with
it.
General Farrell,
Yeah.
and we will see.
And
if
then
we
you
can-
know that I have the slides made the same very year, 1945. I bought it in French, Paris, and this the same I bought in French, but made in the concentration camp. This was made after liberation by the American. They made. This was made by the prison himself, you see, French. But whatever, I would like to cooperate, as they say that we should warn people, no more war. It is
Yes.
terrible destruction. Terrible. Okay.
Okay. Then.
So let me know when you come. Usually I am home because I retire.
Okay. Yeah.